Hey there, friends. Welcome. How are you? Another one of our Slant Alpha adventures getting underway. Coming up out of the title screen just a little bit early because we've got two very long flights planned for you this evening. So here we are getting ready to go as we are live from Studio 5 just outside of Ocean City, Maryland. Here in the sim, we are at Boston Logan International Airport. And I wanted to kind of just give you an intro while we sit here and watch the back of the terminal building, because we happen to be parked in a position where we can actually just watch the departures coming out of Boston off of runway 22 right. They'll come right over the back end of this building, and it's gorgeous. Just waiting for the next one so that you can see. It's pretty busy here on the network tonight. Good number of departures waiting at Boston. So, oh, there you go. Upper right-hand corner of your screen, you can see one climbing out there. Very, very cool. Very kind of immersive to just watch all the activity here at the airport while we are getting ready to go. Yeah, we're flying in Moncton Monday tonight. Moncton Monday. And Tisek, I'll come back to your question in a moment because I think it's a very important question. We're flying as Northeast 514. We're going to go from Boston to Halifax and then Halifax to Gander. It is a Moncton Monday. There's no VATUSA event tonight, but just happen to have a Moncton Monday. It's kind of a weekly. Matter of fact, they call it VAT North America's longest running weekly event. And so they staff up Moncton, and very often when Moncton is staffed up, Boston will staff up just to support the event. So there's our first leg there to Halifax and then on up to Gander. That'll be our leg number 2. Oh, and as I said, Boston Logan, very busy. We've got ground, we've got tower, we've got an ATIS, we've got a departure, and then we've got Boston Center. So fully staffed here at Boston. 16 on the ground waiting to go, 9 more pre-filed ready to go. Many of them are headed up to the Northeast as part of this Moncton Monday event. So should have a fun, busy night, at least here on the first leg, and then we'll see what air traffic control services are still here for our second leg. So Tisek stopped in, Kenny Monster's here. And for all of the rest of you that are piling in, yeah, I know I came up out of the title screen a little early, but we're going to try and get going just as soon as we can here. Tisek's question is, Sunlighter from 1964, do you remember these? No, I definitely do not. I don't know anything about them. I just wanted to fly in Moncton Monday, and I was like, well, what DC-6s would have flown this corridor back in the day? And this is one of the ones that came up in my little research. Like I said, I know very, very little about them. I know that they kind of got absorbed by Delta Airlines, as so many of the smaller regional airlines did in that era. Tisek says, I have an Airways magazine issue that shows a photo from 1964. Boston Northeast Airlines, Terminal C, a DC-6, and a DC-3. Very nice, yeah. Yeah, I really did not know anything about these guys until doing the research for what airline would be appropriate for tonight's flight, and just happened to be able to find a livery out there on flightsim.to. Flightsim.to for the DC-6B. So it says, sorry, I didn't know you don't date from the same time as I. I think you've got me by a few. I'm not a spring chicken, but I do think you've got me by a little bit there. So, you say that issue is from 1964. I was around starting about 10 years after that. So, yeah. Not a kid by any stretch, but yeah. You like Ike. Okay, yeah. You got a couple years on me. All good, though, sir. Good to have you back here on the channel. Good to see everybody else that's climbing in to the aircraft. Go ahead and find a comfortable seat, and we will get started. Since we are flying in mostly outside of the U.S. tonight, except for our origin, I do have the charts up on Navigraph rather than SkyVector, and I'm not as good with Navigraph charts as I am with the SkyVector charts. But we got the Logan departure. I did not file the Fundy arrival, but I am coming in from this point Alex. So I'm wondering if I'm going to get rerouted onto the Fundy arrival once we get airborne. So we'll see. So I have it up just in case. We are a prop aircraft, obviously not a jet, but I don't see anything on this departure or this arrival procedure that says it's only for jets or turboprops. So it's a decent chance we're going to end up on that. And then the Logan for departure goes out to this point, Kennebunk. That's where we're going to start our route. And we've got all these initial climb vectors that we need to do, depending on which runway we're launching off of. They're launching off of the 22s, so it looks like it's this immediate left turn to a 140, probably. So, yep, we're going to need to be cognizant of that. And so these are the initial climbs for jet aircraft. So that these vectors might not apply to me. Initial climb non-jet aircraft, climb on assigned heading. So okay, so we can disregard this little spider creature up here, and as a non-jet, we simply climb on assigned heading. Expect radar vectors to our fix, and we'll maintain 3,000 as our initial climb. Melvin is here as well. Melvin's given me permission. Very good. I appreciate your permission. I don't know what I'm getting your permission for. However, I appreciate having it. The other thing to keep in mind tonight is our slant artwork adventure. All right. So we've got the slant art. Depart as you wish. Okay. Thank you, Melvin. I appreciate that. We'll see if Evan has anything to say about it, but I appreciate your permission. We are starting our slant artwork adventure. I decided just to start and keep it simple. DC-6 sits in front of the Halifax Airport Terminal preparing for its flight. Of course, Halifax is our midpoint tonight, not our origin. Melvin says, tell Evan I said so. We're cool. Got it. Very good. I'll do that. So Halifax is our midpoint, not our origin tonight, but I figured we would do something very, very Canadian since we're participating in a Canadian event. Now, I also figured out, man, 10 plus years of flying across the pond events, I was like, well, what's very, very Canadian that might, and just starting to think of things that might end up getting added to this image at some point, knowing you all as I do. And I'm like, well, Canadian geese, obviously. And then I'm like, you know what, Canadian geese in particular, because, you know, Goose Bay is way up here to the northeast. And then I'm like, well, wait a minute, our destination, Gander, Goose Bay, Gander, Goose, Gander. I've only put that that equation together, 2 and 2 together tonight after flying in this region for 10 years on VATSIM. So anyway, yeah, just thinking of some things, and of course the obvious ones like Tim Hortons or whatnot. Just thinking about things that might get added to this image. But the way it works, if you're new to the channel or if you're recently returning to the channel where you have not been part of this adventure yet, a little side project that we now do. We no longer have the Alphabets raffle, but if you have those Alphabets points, those Twitch channel points, at the bottom of the chat panel, you've got the Alphabet cereal icon that tells you how many of those you have. I'm sorry, you got the icon, the button next to it tells you how many you have. If you click on that button, you can cash in 500 at a time to get in on the queue to make an addition or modification to this image. And that, as we go, gets more and more added to it, and then at the end of the night, that is our slant artwork adventure. So when you think of things that you might want to add to this image, go ahead and cash in those 500 Twitch channel points, get in the queue for that. Melvin Leroy wants to get us kicked off, so Melvin, why don't you go ahead and fire away, sir? In the meantime, I'm going to hop into the aircraft and start getting it up and running. So Tissick says, in that 1960s time frame, in the easterly runway, I was able to take, I'm assuming you mean pictures of, landing traffic before the skyscrapers began to erupt there. We would get prop liners right over our neighborhood, approaching that runway. The nice, memorable sound of those radial engines. Yeah, amen to that. Overall theme should be very cold, Melvin. Okay, we'll get you... We'll get you started there. Okay, so I believe I have that generating for us, Melvin. And in the meantime, we'll go ahead and get started. Let me get to my flow list here. Blank out some images in my little V-Speed worksheets. Plus I blank out some images, blank out some values is what I meant to say. The resub there from Good Fixin' says May
all your days be bright, and may your mixture be ever enriched.
There you go. I was going to say I was going to read that out, but then I was like, well, it's a subscription. It's going to be read out for me. I'll let the voice of Freckles do her job there. Very good. Okay. Fuel and load manager. Let's we got all our switches and levers in starting positions. Good to go. We need to go ahead to the ramp manager, make sure our wheel chocks are set. We've already got the ground power connected. That's good. And the starting fuel load, we're going to set to 15,100. So, and, you know, sometimes I do goofy things with the distribution of that. We'll do that for our vintage cross the inside passage late at the very end of January. But for tonight, we'll just keep it symmetrical. We'll go 50 passengers and 3,000 pounds of baggage. And there we go. So that's going to put us at 88644, which I think does mean we're going to use a water-injected takeoff tonight. Yeah, that's going to be, yep, water injectors will be on. And we'll be setting that power to 58 rather than 53 for our first departure. Very cool. 87,600 is the cutoff for that, and we're very rarely heavy enough to require it. But tonight, I guess, with these two somewhat longer legs, it is going to put us just over that point. All right, anyway, so let's go ahead and get rolling. How did our artwork request come out? Okay, yeah, so there's a little bit of a colder image. We've got the version 1 there, and then we got the version 2 from Melvin. So, good to go. And if you guys want to add to that image, you can let me know. Again, 500 Twitch channel points at the bottom of the chat panel. Click on that button that allows you to redeem those, and let me know how you would like to add to or modify that image that you just saw. All right, bear with me for just a second as I am going to go ahead and rock and roll through the startup process here. We got the wheel tracks, we got the starting fuel load. Let's get the front exit and front stairs opened up. And stairs connected. Let's jump up top, change the power source to ground power. Master power switch can come on. Nav lights on the yoke can come on. No smoking entrance, and wheel well lights can come on. That's over there. And we'll set our interior temp to 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Let's hop down here. Set our payload and record our gross weight. We've already done that. Let's retrieve the ATIS information. I've kind of already done that, but let's go ahead and just double check. Information, okay, it did update, good. Information India, 22086, 10 statute miles clear, -2, -11, 30, 37. 3037 is the altimeter. They're departing 22 right, arriving 22 left. Rest of that is all standard. Information India is current. Alright, we can go ahead and set the altimeters 30, whatever they were, and then let's figure out what the frequencies are that we're going to be using. 30, what now? 3037. We got two altimeters to set that on. .3037, so almost 3040. And then back it down 3 notches. Same thing over here. Very high pressure day. Alright, we can turn on the Garmin unit, which also doubles as our COM1 Nav1 radio. And we can actually, let's talk to ground. I expect that the tower frequencies, I'm sorry, the departure frequency is going to be 133.0. Departure runway is going to be 22 right. We already know that. Altitude initials 3,000. We know that. Alright, so it's just filling in some information that we already do know, just to be ahead of the game here. So we expect that the departure frequency is going to be 133.0. So we get that set, and then let's, on COM2, let's get the ground frequency 21.9er. And then the tower frequency looks like it's going to be 28.8. Alright, and then we are going to make sure we're transmitting and receiving on COM2. So that now should be our ground frequency. I haven't heard any radio chatter at all. I'm not sure everything's working okay. So it's supposedly a very busy airport right now.
And Boston ground,
Okay, there we go.
We're stuck in the terminal. Just cancel our IFR.
Rob.
Boston ground, northeast 514, information India, IFR 2, Halifax.
Northeast 514, Boston ground, very good evening. You are cleared to the Halifax airport via the Logan for departure. Then as filed. Maintain 3,000. You can expect flight level 190, 10 minutes after departure. Departure frequency 133.0, squawk 3547.
Roger, cleared to Halifax Airport. Logan for departure, then is filed. Maintain 3,000, expecting 190, 10 minutes. Departure 133.0, squawk 3547 for Northeast 514.
Northeast 514, you're exactly correct. You can advise ready for push. My apologies. I may have accidentally said you a PDT earlier and didn't recommend.
No, you didn't, or at least I didn't get it, but all good. We'll call you for push. Northeast 514.
Bearing 641, cross only 15 left. You can monitor the...
There's no reason he would need to apologize for that, except that he might have sent it and then realized that I'm simulating a vintage aircraft, and we're like, oh, well, I shouldn't have sent him a PDC. Obviously, in a 1950s vintage aircraft, he wouldn't be able to receive that. So I think that's where the apology came from. But I always cut them a little slack when they're handling multiple duties, when they're handling ground and clearance, or tower and ground and clearance, or whatever they're handling in addition to clearance duties. I never worry about them sending me a PDC, even if I'm in an aircraft type that really doesn't jive with that, just because I know that their workload can get kind of crazy stressful sometimes. Anyway, let's get back to our flow list. Everything came as expected. We've got our altimeter set. Let's go ahead and get the route programmed into our gadget here. Our infernal gadget, which I wish we didn't have to use. Push for cursor. Our waypoint, first waypoint is going to be Boston. Just really not a lot of conventional airways up in the northeast U.S. and northeast Canada anymore. We could probably have figured it out, but it's just easier. So it's just going to be radar vectors to Kennebunk. So first waypoint, instead of putting in a procedure, we'll just go E and E. Whoops, E is down here, isn't it? Hope I got to that mute button before I started to cough, but I don't think I did, and I apologize for that. E-N-E. Enter. After Kennebunk. What do we want? We want the low IFR. Or no, we want the IFR high, actually. Let's see the route that we're on. No, okay. It's a high altitude airway, duh. That's why. Q822. Yeah, it is, isn't it? What did I file? Q822 Alex, Q846 Halifax. Okay. So could put in this point Scarb. Could put in this point VC734. There's really no sense. It could have put in this point All-J, but really no sense in doing that. It's a straight shot all the way out here to Alex. So in any other instance, we can do the math to figure out where we are if we need to. So I'm going to put in this point Alex as our next one, A-L-L-E-X.
We are at gate B23, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, B23.
United 2901 Heavy, Boston Ground Rusher, pushback on the taxiway. Alpha is approved. Advise ready for taxi.
A-L-L.
Taxiway Alpha is approved. We're advising for taxi United 2901.
E. Northeast US, enter. Alright, after Alex, it's Vigma, V-I-G-M-A. Getting better with this thing. Just don't ask me to select and activate an approach at the same time. That's where I screwed up. Oops. Okay, after Vigma. Senvi, S-E-N-V-I. Senvi, enter.
Ground Delta 2330.
And then after Senvi, it's the VOR YHZ, and then and then the airport CYHZ. So since that's the actual cleared route, and we might have to trace this path directly to the VOR before getting vectored off toward the airport, I am going to put in that VOR, even though it does appear that we would be broken off and vectored prior to reaching that. But still, in order to follow that straight path, we are going to need to aim ourselves toward the VOR, at least initially. So YHZ and then CYHZ, and then that'll be our route. Enter. And then destination is C. Enter, and okay. Alright, well that's got it in. I'll come back and say hi to everybody else that stopped into the chat here in just a moment. Whoops, I changed charts there, didn't mean to. Alright, so we've got the route entered in, transponder, yes, route entered in, so we can go back to here and turn the range down. Well, no, let's turn the range up, actually. Want to be able to see Kennebunk. Oh, wow, Kennebunk's a ways up there. But then on the nav, I kind of like to have that, so. Anyway, we can turn that off. We can turn that off for now, since we are about to push back. We do want to set our code, which was what, 3547 547, but I don't want to turn it on just yet. And then the last thing to do is our V speed. So our V1 comes from a chart that's on top of the aircraft here. Yeah, we're definitely very close to sea level, and our starting weight, we said, was almost 87,000 pounds. So right in between these two values. So 86 to 92. Well, we're at 88.6, so we're almost, we're almost 80. Now, let's just say it's 90. Alright, so V1 is 90, so if we have any safety critical items occur prior to reaching 90 knots, we'll abort the takeoff. If we exceed 90 knots, we're taking whatever problems we encounter after that with us airborne. We'll rotate at 101, and our V2 is 106. If we have 3 or fewer working engines, we'll pitch to maintain 106. If we've got all 4, we'll pitch to maintain 126, and then we'll retract flaps and move about our merry way. We cannot push back yet. We do need to get permission from the ground controller, so we are going to have to power that COM2 radio back up, actually, even if we're going to switch over to just battery power. So let's hop up. Let's switch to battery power, seatbelts on. Engine instruments to their normal bus, and we'll conclude the boarding. Oh, I never did. Yeah, so when we when we boarded the rest, and we loaded the loaded the aircraft in the ramp manager, we could have opened the rest of the doors, but yeah, who cares? I don't care about all the little bells and whistles. At this point, we're going to go ahead and disconnect everything here. We make sure our parking brake is indeed set. Oh, it was, and now it is again. Okay, so let's make sure all these close up. There we are. Okay, so we've got everything closed up, and we got the parking brake set, and we got the wheel chocks removed. With the door now closed, we can set our pressurization. We are cruising at 19, so yeah, ground elevation is pretty much 0, so we'll leave that there. But we'll spin this up to 19,000. We know that the cabin altitude is going to be pretty close to 10,000 at that point. I don't know, I think the differential's, yeah, the differential's about 9. So 19,000 cabin altitude is going to be pretty close to 10. No. Cabin altitude will be about 7,500. Okay, that's good. Oh, yeah, because we can go up to much, much higher. All right, so pressurization set. Let's go ahead and open up the cow flaps.
Ground, hello. You can taxi to the terminal via Alpha. Have a good night.
Let's get our fuel selectors all set to the main tanks.
Taxiing to the terminal. Was that
throttle set to about 10% there. And then we'll do a quick passenger briefing.
157 Lima, sorry.
That's correct. So you can make the right to parking.
10,000 miles and clear.
Taking the right.
With light surface winds. Okay. Greetings from the flight deck and welcome aboard Northeast Airlines Flight 514 service to Halifax, Nova Scotia. We'll be pushing back from the gate here momentarily, expecting an on-time departure at quarter till the hour. Flight time is expected to be 2 hours and 1 minute, and we will be cruising at 19,000 feet for you today. Departure weather is looking fairly favorable. We got clear skies and light surface winds. We don't anticipate any issues, and hopefully we'll find a nice smooth cruising altitude when we get up to cruise for you. So sit back, relax, enjoy the flight, get buckled in, and we'll be underway shortly. Thanks again for flying with us on Northeast Airlines.
Canforce 3955 will do this giveaway to the an A330 behind you on Alpha. Pushback onto Alpha is approved. Advise ready for tax.
Alright, so let's plan our push. We'd have to kind of wiggle out from the side of the terminal here. So we might have to do a multi-step.
Ground Delta 2489, ready to push and start with at Bravo 8 with India.
Delta 2489 Boston ground hello. Pushback in the ramp is at your discretion.
Well,
Proceed to
yep,
spot 7.
got it there.
Spot 7, call for taxi.
I'll go ahead and request a pushback, but we're not going to start just yet. And ground Northeast 514 India. We've got, information India, and we're ready to push back from Bravo 1.
Northeast 514 Boston ground pushback in the ramp is at your discretion. Proceed to spot 7 at spot 7, call for taxi. Use caution for the Delta off your right there, pushing as well.
Okay, we'll watch out for Delta, and we'll call you at spot 7 for taxi, Northeast 514. He did say call for push before, so that's what I did.
Delta 2313, ready for taxi.
And then where's the...
Delta 2313, runway 22 right, taxi via Charlie, Bravo, November, cross runway 15 right.
Spot 7's all the way down here. Okay, that's fine. We'll call him there.
22 right, Charlie, Bravo, November, cross 15 right, and hold short 15 left, Delta 2313.
Okay, so parking brakes off, holds off, and we are rolling. We're going to start with the number 3.
You can park wherever you want. We do not give gate assignments in the U.S.
And let's get some fuel going.
Sorry about that. Never flown to the US.
Oh, good. We didn't hit the building.
Parking whenever I want, wherever I want, Virgin 157.
On the 9 call, mags and boost. 12 call, we get the primer. Pull the mix in as the engine catches. Parking brake reset, and we're done with that. Alright, up top, we will turn the fuel pump off, generator on, fuel pump on the number 4.
3, 6, 5,
Mag and boost.
12.
Primer. Iowa Scotsman stopped in. How are you? Iowa Scotsman, good to see you. Okay, number 4 is up and running. We'll get the mix in. Let's check and see. Yeah, number 3 is running just a touch over 1,000. We'll pack it off just a tiny little bit. Okay, everything looking good. Pump off, generator on. Number 2. So we do the inside and then outside on the right, 3 and 4, and then the inside and outside on the left, so 2 and 1. 3, 4, 2, 1. Strange order, but that's the way they normally do it.
Runway 22 right, taxi via Alpha, Alpha 2,
12.
Bravo, November, cross runway 15 right, hold short runway 15 left.
Taxi via Alpha 2.
Okay, 3 and 4 looking good, right there at 1,000.
November.
Number 2 is just barely starting to spin up, but that's fine.
Runway 15 left.
As soon as all those kick off, we'll get the fuel off.
55 heavy is ready to taxi runway 22 right.
Generator on.
3955 heavy, runway 22 right, taxi via Alpha, November, cross
And
runway
we get some
15
motion
right,
going on number 1.
runway 15 left.
Alpha November, cross 15 right, hold short 15 left, and 55 heavy. 5,
Mag and boost.
12.
And prime. Alright, mix coming in. Halifax has some traffic tonight, says Kenny. 33 arrivals, so have fun. And we'll be one of the slower ones. Alright, so 1,000 RPMs. 2 can come down, maybe just a touch. One's just starting to come up. So we can,
2901 looks like you missed the turn onto Alpha 2 there. Make the next right onto Charlie and join Bravo, please.
We'll make the next right onto
inverters. Now we can turn the rest of the radios on.
American 3234 Boston Crown. Hello, sorry, where you parked?
And the transponder on.
American 3234, pushback on the taxiway. Echo is approved. Advise ready for taxi.
Which one to Echo? We'll call you back.
And he said to come down to spot 7. So from where we are, that's going to be out here and then this way. We got the red coming in from Jet. Pilot Cinnamon, Jet PC. Thank you very kindly for that. Let's get our control lock off. Get our flaps 20 set. We'll do control check.
Monitor 2828, Merry Christmas to you.
Merry Christmas.
Delta 2489, right there.
Delta 2489, runway 22 right. Taxi by a Kilo, Bravo, November. Cross runway 15 right. Hold short runway 15 left.
22 right, Kilo Bravo, November 15 right. Hold short 15 left. Delta 2489.
And ground Northeast 514 behind the Delta. We're also ready.
And Northeast 314 runway, you can follow the Delta outbound in front of you, cross runway 15 right, hold short runway 15 left.
We'll follow Delta, cross 15 right, hold short 15 left, Northeast 514. Man, he's rocking and rolling. He ain't waiting for me.
United 2901 heavy, cross runway 15 left, monitor the power 128.8 today.
Now, he should be going out Kilo, not Echo. I think he's...
have a good day, United 2901.
I think he's going out Echo, so we'll do what we're supposed to do and go out via Kilo.
Ground 23, 82 coming across. Did you right on early? We're going up to North Cargo.
Sun Country 8217 Boston Grand Polo, Houston, Texas, North Cargo via Bravo Lima. Have a great day.
Bravo Lima to North Happy Holidays.
Oh, no, he did it correctly. Thanks for coming in today, says Jet Pilot Cinnamon, and likewise. Oh, it was for a co-pilot that said that to you. Well, you know what? We always want to make sure your catchphrase gets in here one way or the other. So we're Kilo and then Bravo. So that should be the second left, not the... That should be the one closest to the taxiway. Ooh, and one thing I want to make sure we do. We need to get those water injectors on. We're going to do a water injected takeoff, which is a rarity for us. Let's make sure that we... Let's make sure that we made the left onto Bravo and not Alpha. Yeah, I think he did it right. So this guy that we're following, man, he's in a hurry. B, he's got the taxi route correct.
Pushback Alpha approved, and we're about to taxi for 1436. American 3234.
So we'll hop up top and we'll get the...
Taxi by Echo, Bravo, November. Cross runway 15 right, hold short runway 15 left.
22 right, Echo Bravo, November, cross 15 right.
I'm going to do a kind of a rolling run up here and make sure that the governor catches all 4 engines. Okay, it does. It was a little weird that our number 4s seems like it's kind of lagging. Might just be... Might just mean my pinky's just not quite pushing that throttle lever up enough. Alright, so after we make the left, kind of around the bend on Bravo.
And so New England 915 calling.
It'll be a right turn on November.
New England 915, Boston ground low.
We'll cross 15 right, and then we'll hold short of 15 left.
New England
All right, and while
915,
we're rocking and rolling here, let's get these
about 30 protected.
injection pumps on. Delta's trying to leave me in the dust, man, but we're doing okay. We're keeping up. Oh, DME radio can come on as well.
Delta 2489, cross running 15 left, monitor tower 128.8, good evening.
5 left and 28, 2489. Thank you.
And he'll tell us the same thing here, except he's got to wait till we actually get across. He's got to wait till we actually get across 15 right before he can clear us to cross 15 left.
Boston ground, good evening. Road Express 150 and Charlie 9. Request push to start, and we have Indy on board.
Road Express 150, Boston ground hold, push back clear. Got your discretion, advisory protect.
Alright, we're getting ready to go. We can get cow flaps set to 4.
Northeast 514, cross running 15 left, monitor the tower 128.8, happy holidays.
Cross 15 left, monitor tower. It's northeast 514, same.
Papa Echo, it's our future right now, 836.
Okay. We got pitot heat on. Cow flaps on, minimum departure fuel. We did the abbreviated run up.
Runway 22 right, line up away, caution, away turbulence, departing heavy 777, traffic
From number 1, so we're going to go ahead and get the landing lights extended but not on yet.
United 836, continue Echo, cross runway 22 right, and contact ground point 9er.
But we are going to go ahead and alert our cabin crew.
United 2901, contact departure.
Departure, United 2901.
Halifax departures were stopped until like 10 minutes ago, says Apocalypse. We haven't been told anything like that, but that doesn't mean it's not true. Or are we
2489, runway 22 right, clear for takeoff.
missed the window on that. Okay, there goes the Delta.
514, Boston Tower, runway 22 right, line up and wait.
22 right, line up and wait, northeast 514. Alright, so strobes are on. We got 4 power settings, 58. And 28. Oh, we're gonna sorry, 30 and 22 just to verify all engines working. Then 58 and 28. Then 48 and 26 once we get the gear up, and then 40 and 24 once we get up to 165. We'll get our landing lights on as soon as we get takeoff clearance.
Northeast 514, to right, heading 300, runway 22 right, clear for takeoff.
22 right, clear for takeoff, right to 300, northeast 514.
Delta 2489, contact departure.
Alright, we'll set 30. Verify 2200 RPMs, we're good. Alright, set 58 coming. Verify 2800 RPMs across the board, we're good. No icing issues this time. Airspeed's alive. It's 80 knots, that's our V1. Rotate at 100, 101 rather. Okay, we do have positive climbs. Gears coming up.
Boston Tower, good evening. FedEx 2550 has you off left for 22 left.
Okay, we're in stage 2, so we'll go to 48.
2206, runway 22 left, clear to land.
26.
Runway 22 left, clear land. FedEx 2550.
Okay, we're through 120. We'll get first notch flaps in.
Tower, runway 22 right, clear for takeoff.
As soon as we got enough clearance over the smokestack, we'll make the right turn. 300.
Northeast 514, contact departure.
Go to departure, Northeast 514. We'll see it. Trying to unselect both there. Nice view of downtown. Okay, 300. 140, we get the next notch of flaps in. Boston departure, Northeast 514, we're 1,900 going to 3,000.
Northeast 514 Boston departure, better contact, climb and maintain 1 to 12,000.
Up to 12,000, 2,000, Northeast 514. Okay, there's 160. Final notch of flaps coming in. Pitch to maintain 165, and we'll also reduce to 40 and 24. We also notice our water injected lights went out as well. So 40 and 24. Pitch to 165. Let's get back on our 300 heading. A little bit of a left turn here. Get back on our assigned heading 300. Just haven't set the autopilot yet. I'm just manually flying it to get it nice and stable here.
514, turn right heading 020, when I full proceed direct Kennebunk to the left.
Alright, 020 then Kennebunk, Northeastern 514. Okay, so just manually flying the right turn now to Kennebunk. And I'm going to lower the nose slightly to maintain the 165 in the turn. So 40, 24, 200 across the board in cylinder head temps. Pitch for the 165 and then 020 and direct to Kennebunk. Just roll out on the 020 for now, and then I'll play with the gadget, the Garmin gadget, and get us going direct there. Keep the manifolds at 40. So we're going to keep bumping those up. Keep bumping the throttles up every 1,000 feet or so to keep the 40 on the manifold going. Okay, there's 020. So let's roll back out on that. Overshot it slightly. Keep the pitch up to the 165 knot climb. Let's get it nice and stable right there. Okay, I'm going to come down here. Let's get the autopilot on and clutched. And then, yeah, we can pitch it up slightly just to keep that 165 knot climb. Let's check our engine parameters. 40, 24, 200, 165 in the climb. Okay, good. Now let's check that we can get direct to Kennebunk. Let's just do this. In our flight plan, push for cursor, direct, enter, enter. And then let's go back to Yep, okay, perfect. So we're tracking directly to it, and then let's make sure that we're locked in on that. So we do have the GPS.
3234, connect Boston Center, 134.7.
Okay, and it is going to turn us slightly left to track that directly. Okay, so I think we're good with the navigation. We can double check that in just a moment. But for right now, 40, 24, 200, and yeah, we're a little bit slow, so let's pitch down to keep it at 165. We got 40, 24, 200, and yeah, picking back up to 165. Way up top, we can turn our water injection switches off now. Did notice that as soon as we got out of that second stage climb, those green lights came out, so we did good. Then we're going to 12,000.
14, connect Boston Center, 134.7.
34.7, Northeast 514, we'll see. 34.
Boston approach, good evening, south 1727.
So 11,000.
Oh, gotcha, 1111.
And we're coming through 8, going to 12.
Route 1655, cross FDOT and maintain 11,000, Burlington altimeter 3030.
Okay, we're direct Kennebunk, and we're tracking it perfectly.
FedEx 2360, requesting VFR to Boston.
Route 1655, FDOT and 11,000, the altimeter is 3030.
Okay, 40, 24, 200, 165. We can pitch up just a little bit.
1655. Splendid. JetBlue 4121, descend to the other Robux 3, arrival runway 22 left, bus.
We got 3,000 more to climb to get to 12 before we need to get cleared higher. Let's just wait for a gap in the communications. Boston Center Northeast 514 through 9,000 going to 12,000.
10-4-39-55, radar contact lost. Delta 117 Boston Air, you're up, welcome to the party. KLM 12 Echo descend via the Ocean 5, arrival runway 22 left, Boston altimeter 3037.
Say again for KLM 12 Echo
Descend via the Ocean 5, 22 left, altimeter 3037.
descend via the Ocean 5, arrival runway 22 left, KLM 12 Echo.
Air Canada 696, contact Moncton Center 132.
Also think we can, yeah, turn off the landing lights and retract
And
those.
Route 655, I'm not getting the read back. If you're attempting to read it back, just make sure you're going to cross that dot at 11,000, please. Identity again for Route 1655. Thank you. Say again for Route 1655.
Pressurization.
Route 1655, cross FDOT at maintain 11,000.
Cabin's climbing at a normal altitude. It's about 4. Okay, differential pressures within normal limits. Cabin altitudes just starting to climb.
2 nautical miles from CAM.
Alright guys, this has been happening all night. When I give an instruction to somebody, let the other aircraft read it back before you just chime in. Route 1655, it's FDOT is 11,000. FDOT at 11,000 for Route 1655, copy. Thank you, sorry for whoever's interrupting you. Delta 102 Boston Center, your radar contact, welcome. Delta 1, King Gun frequency. Canada 84, kind of Moncton Center, 132.2.
Keeping the manifolds up to 40.
Take care.
Center Northeast 514, 11,000 for 12,000.
Wing 1514 Boston Center, climb maintain flight level 190.
190 Northeast 514. He called me New England, close enough. I think they were New England Northeast. They were actually both.
Block. Aircraft calling in the air, say again.
Boston Center, Delta 541, visible 21, city in Boston area.
541 Boston Center, radar contact.
Okay, 40, 24, 200. And climb at 165. And we are cleared all the way up to 19 at 190 now. Alright, let me see. Do we have any other slant artwork adventure requests? Nobody else wanted to get in on the slant artwork adventure just yet. So here's where we started. We started with a DC-6 sitting in front of the Halifax Airport Terminal preparing for its flight. We have had a request to modify it. And the image should embody the theme of a cold Canadian winter. So we've gotten that added in there as well. And if you want to get in on that action and modify that image, I figure we can probably add some Canadian icons to it, shan't we? You want to get in on that, you can cash in 500 of those Twitch channel points, aka Alphabets points, at the bottom of the chat panel. You got the button next to that, tells you how many you have, and 500 of those will get you in the queue to make your request to modify our slant artwork adventure for the day.
Roger, to start the descent now, please, for traffic.
Boston United 117 with you at 340.
United 117 Boston Center, Roger. United 3711, young frequency.
Alright, then we get the landing lights should now, yeah, that should now be, they should now be centered. So they're off, and then they're retracting or extending, but once they're done retracting or extending, you should put that back to neutral so you don't burn those motors up. Oh, let's make sure our manifold pressure stays up to 40. 40, 24, and 200, and kept climbing at 165. Lost a little bit of speed because I wasn't keeping the manifold pressure up, but the speed's coming back up now that the manifold pressure is. The other thing is we're going to have to switch up to our high superchargers here because I'm running out of room on the throttles. The throttles are pretty much as far forward as they're going to go. So let's go ahead and switch the high blowers. Let's bring these down, inner ones down to 28 temporarily, but not for too long, because we're going to lose power when we do that, but then let's switch those back up to the high blowers. Okay, so now they're at 40.
I got traffic straight ahead of you. I'm talking to them, so just stand by.
Alright, and then the outer ones can come down to 28.
I didn't expect that.
And then we'll get the outer blowers turned up to the high level as well. What's the matter? Here, Finn. That's over here, buddy.
Delta 1886, young frequency.
Alright, so we got them switched up to the high blowers, and now the throttle levers have plenty more space to move forward to keep that 40. So 40, 24, 200. We lost a little speed in that transition, so I'm going to pitch down just to get that 5 knots back. Should be climbing at 165. So we'll just lower the pitch attitude, get those 5 knots back, and then we'll put it back up here.
Delta 541, reduce speed to 250.
Speed 250, Delta 541.
You want this one?
Kepler 4121, kind of Boston approach, 133.0.
Started 30, 4121. You said normal speed at
Lay down, buddy.
Hey, firm.
Have a great holiday.
Thank you. Number 1, Charlie Victor across. That maintains 7,000. The Providence.
Alright, 40, 40, 24, 200. Yeah, now we got that speed back and then some. So we'll just put the nose back up just a touch. And then, how are we doing toward Kennebunk?
Sir, the United 26. Hey, firm. Have a good night. Good night. Beaver 229 traffic is no factor. Cleared direct to
37.3. So we must be slowing down because our ETE is increasing while the distance is decreasing. We're losing a few knots there. Once we get the speed settled in. Okay, now the time's coming off as the distance comes off. That makes more sense.
1549, descend via the Robux 3 arrival. Runway 22 left, the altimeter is 3037.
Said Robux to my arrival, runway 22 left. I'm 1549. 303, 607, everyone.
I had like 2 people read that back. That was only for United 1549. Whoever else ran a pack, just do that.
United 1549, descend to roadbus 3, expect 22 left.
Thank you.
Alright, let's keep the manifolds up to 40.
Unable. Boston Center, 259 heavy. Am I clear to
40, 24, 200, 165. Good.
What's the full call sign? 259 heavy. Weaver, 259 heavy. I'm at 25,000. 259, climb maintain, flight level 310. 310 for final, 259 heavy. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Where?
Where?
We are
Who?
southeast of Jesse. We're happy. We're approaching me.
194 Boston, Roger. Delta, you're
Yeah, this keeps getting turned down. So I don't. I'm gonna have to check that level every time. That keeps getting turned down. That should be a little. That should be a little better for you to hear, but it's definitely better for me to hear. I have it, so there's a little trick there. I've got it louder in my headset than it is in the mix for the stream, so that I hopefully will not miss calls. But something about this new audio setup keeps bumping that down artificially, and it's kind of bugging me. We might just have to turn that into one of the things I have to do to get ready for the stream every day. I'm coming through 18,000, so let's do two things. First of all, 2992 standard altimeter.
Stand by the Robot 3 arrival, runway 22 left, again 250 knots until Robot Delta 5 for 1.
Delta 1886, are you on frequency?
Okay. And then let's do another pressurization check. Cabin differential pressure still normal. Cabin altitude climbing at a normal level. Cabin altitude climbing through 5, which is fine. We're expecting it to settle at 7,500. And we're at 700 to go on our cruise altitude.
1886, would have been nice to hear you a little bit earlier. Your radar contact do not exceed 240 knots.
And 34 and 22 is our
Delta 57 and 25, clear direct Roebuck.
cruise power.
Clear direct Roebuck.
So we'll get the plane leveled off at 19, and then we'll bring the power down to 34 and 22.
WA925, just about the level of 210, crossing interior airspace.
Okay, gently pitch the wheel down.
Hudson River, just west of Westchester. KBOS-925, Boston, air radar contact, welcome. Thank you.
Okay, watching the altitude come up last couple hundred feet. And then we're just edging the pitch wheel down to neutralize the climb rate right as we get to that 19,000.
Again, only for United 1549. If you are not United 1549, stay the frequency.
Boston approach 133.0, United 1549.
Thank you. Somebody keep stepping on your call, sir.
It's all good.
That is 3711, cross crank at 7,000. The Stewart altimeter is 3037.
34.
3037, crank at 7,000, United 3711.
On the 419, on frequency.
22, so we'll start bringing the props down.
Contact, welcome.
Hello. Center today, reach 265, maybe 11,000 climbing.
Let's close the cow flaps and keep as much of that heat in as we can.
Stewart altimeter 3037.
Okay, when you got about 100 more feet to gain here, we can switch from auto rich to auto lean. We can come up top and turn the seatbelt signs off. Okay, if we did the power right, it should land on 150. Looks like we got it pretty darn close. We'll adjust it all to 150. So 34 looks like. Okay, looks like maybe we did the RPMs a little bit high. 22 there. So 34, 22, and 150 across the board. And just waiting for just another 60 feet here.
I'm getting completely saturated. You want the RNAV from what transition?
And then how are we in terms of our progress to Kennebunk? 18 miles, 5 minutes. 207 is all we're getting across the ground. Our speed's going to continue to come up as we level off and continue to drift up to cruise altitude, but we also might be in some sort of a headwind.
Everyone asking for something, I'll get to you in a second. 1 Charlie Victor, Kodak approach, 133.0. Delta 2313, New York is closed, frequency change approved.
Change approved, Delta 2313, thank you, bye-bye.
Delta 3711, New York is closed, frequency change approved.
Thanks, good luck, 3711.
And
Yeah.
yeah, 57, I'm sorry.
My sentiment exactly.
Via the Roebuck 3, runway 22 left, altimeter 3036. 3036.
Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We have reached our cruising altitude of 19,000 feet. We've turned off the fasten seatbelt signs. The cabin crew is going to come around with a fine selection of Red Bull products and Tim Hortons donuts. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight. We will update you on the weather situation when we are getting ready to start our descent into Halifax. Thanks again for flying with us on Northeast Airlines Flight 514 service to Halifax, Nova Scotia. Alright, we got it pretty well stabilized here. Nope. See if we can just keep it right there at 19. Once you get it to the point where it's nice and stable, then let's go ahead and hold, put on the altitude hold and hope that it doesn't go into a big dive or climb. If you don't have it perfectly trimmed out, sometimes it does that. If you got it trimmed out pretty nicely, then it'll hold that altitude pretty well. Looks like we're pretty good. Quick Quam is here, says, I want a Northeast Airlines shirt or hat or something. Yeah, they're hard to come by. I really didn't know anything about this airline until I was doing some research for tonight's stream. I was like, well, I want to fly the DC-6 up into Moncton Monday. What airline would have done a DC-6 trip in this area? And they were one of the ones that came up. It's like, wow, I never heard of these.
You have to help me out with the call one more time.
Canadian Regional.
Once again, guys, if you want to get in on our slant artwork adventure, this is our artwork adventure for the evening. To get in on the action, cash in 500 Twitch channel points, aka the Twitch, the Twitch channel points, aka the alphabets points. At the bottom of the chat panel, you've got the little button next to that tells you how many you have. You can cash in 500 to get in a request to modify this image. So we started with a very simple description. A DC-6 sits in front of the Halifax Airport terminal preparing for its flight. We added to that, the image should embody the theme of a cold Canadian winter. So there's version 1, there's version 2. No one wants to get in on that right now. I've got a little modification I'll make to it.
Okay, thank you.
So I will add a little something to it right now.
Sorry, what was the climb for Delta 9973?
360.
Sorry about that.
Singapore 23, contact Moncton Center 132.2.
Call type 132.2, Singapore 23, thank you very much.
And FedEx 2260 on the frequency. Canada 1489, frequency change approved. Actually, Toronto's on, stay with me, I'll have them all too. 1489, just stay with me, Toronto's actually on, so descend and maintain flight level 320, I'll just hand you off to them.
Descend and maintain flight level 320. Okay, Canada 1489.
Right.
At the
So,
2901, cross crank at 7,000, Stewart altimeter.
show you what I've done to that.
037.
And we'll see how that turns out.
Delta 2901 on the please repeat.
Cross crank at 7,000.
Cross crank at 7,000, Delta United 291.
2 miles from Kennebunk. And we're done with that. Honestly, we're done with that too.
I'm calling a second.
Presently, we're not routed via the Fundy arrival, but I've got it on there just in case. But once we get to Kennebunk, we should be making this right turn to track a 083 outbound and head toward Alex. Alex?
Not something that I would refer to this, but I appreciate it.
Oh, come on, you're having fun.
Contact Toronto Center 125.77.
Contact Toronto Center 125.775.
There we are. Okay, so it is indeed catching the leg transition there, so that's good news.
Maintain follow 270 Canadian regional 70.
150 across the board. 3 is a little low. We'll bump it up. Temps are good. Speed's good. R6 says, I'm stopping by to say hi. I got a fire department drill tonight. Have a safe landing. Awesome, man. Thank you for saying hi. Be safe out there. I know it's just a drill, but be safe out there.
Radar contact, reduce speed to 230.
We'll reduce our speed to 230, Delta 867.
Delta 867, turn 30 degrees left, vectors.
Okay, so here's how our slant artwork adventure is panning out so far.
TWA 925,
We started with the DC-6 parked at the terminal at Halifax Airport. We added, the image should embody a cold Canadian winter. We then added, the captain and first officer should be Canadian geese.
Delta 5725, contact Boston approach 133.0.
So, if you want to get in on that action, again, 500 Twitch channel points, aka alphabets points there at the bottom of the chat panel. Let me know what you would like to add to or modify regarding that image. Our slant artwork adventure.
Data 2901, frequency change approved.
Frequency change approved, either 2901.
What was that?
Delta 184 Heavy.
Go ahead.
Sorry to follow up. We would like to set the line to 390 if possible.
I don't have a Delta 184 Heavy. What's the call sign?
Delta 194 Heavy.
No.
I maintain flight level 390.
I freaked out for a second when I saw all these fuel quantities at 0. I'm looking at these. These are our mains. These are our auxes. And we just loaded the fuel symmetrically. Sometimes on these longer DC-6 flights, I like to load the fuel just very haphazardly, just as an exercise during the flight. In terms of, like, during the course of the flight, my goal is going to be to try and rebalance the tank so that when I land, they're kind of balanced again. You know, just inventing some wild scenario. Why would the fuel be loaded so badly? If there was some sort of an engine problem on the previous leg and one wasn't used, or there was a fuel leak on one had to get drained and swapped out, or you know what? Who knows what else? Whatever situation might have happened on a previous leg that the fuel balance got all jacked. Or maybe the previous crew was just dumb. I don't know. But the fuel balance got all jacked, and now it's going to be our job, A, to deal with the imbalance, and then B, fix the imbalance. When we do our cross the inside passage flight, that's our kind of our all-day flight coming up at the end of January. We just published our January schedule, by the way. You can find that on our Discord server. You can have a bridge version, goes through about the middle of the month over on our Twitch About page, down on the About tab. But the full version's over on our Discord server. It goes all the way through the end of January. It includes January 31st, kind of all-day flight on Saturday, January 31st. Across the inside passage, we're going to go from Anchorage to Seattle in this very DC-6. And on that one, I will definitely, just like I said, just for something to do, just for the exercise, just for S's and G's, as they say. We'll load the fuel fairly haphazardly, almost randomly, and we'll see if we can fix the balance by the time we get to our destination in Seattle.
Virgin 773, that goes 210.
But for today, we've loaded it symmetrically. We've got about 3,300 pounds in each tank across the board, so good to periodically peek in on that and make sure that you don't have a leak in one or something like that. I don't think I've got random failures enabled in this aircraft right now. Is that?
Everyone checking in, guys. I don't have a magic button that shows me where everyone is. You got to give me a position. Delta 867, clear direct Roebuck, increase speed to 250.
Clear direct Roebuck, increase speed to 250, Delta 867, thank you so much.
JetBlue 1333, can I Boston approach 133.0? JetBlue 1333, approach 133.0.
133.0,
Indian Regional 7886, what are you climbing to?
Anyway.
Apologies, descending to 270,
Anyway, so we got symmetrical fuel load for today.
Boston Center, Delta 244, with you at
and we'll
6,000, climbing 14,000.
We'll play around with that more when we get into that flight at the end of January.
2260 Boston, did you depart Portland? FedEx 2260 Boston Center, did you depart Portland?
Yes. FedEx.
That's the Class Charlie Airport. You gotta call me next time. Do you want flight following or do you just want to continue on your own?
I will continue on my own FedEx 2260.
Delta 867 descend via the Roebuck 3 arrival, except maintaining 250 knots until Roebuck. The runway 22 left, the altimeter is 3036.
Stand by the Roebuck arrival, except maintain 2 knots until Roebuck, and the altimeter is 3036 for Delta 867.
Alpha Zulu Uniform 241, are you able to hear me?
Delta 241, do you hear me?
I got you now, Alpha Zulu Uniform 241, Boston Center, squawk 5323.
Compass 5324 for Zulu 241.
5323.
5323, thank you, Zulu 241.
Virgin 773 on frequency.
1 mile from Barry.
Virgin 773 on frequency. Virgin 773 radar contact, send via the Roebuck 3 arrival runway 22 left, altimeter 3036.
Descend via the Roebuck 3 arrival, clear 22 left. Virgin 773.
Lufthansa 102, Moncton Center 132.2.
Boston Center, Delta 244, with you at flight level 14,000.
Lufthansa 2102, Moncton Center 132.2.
I was looking for somebody, but
Moncton Center 132.2.
yeah.
Delta 244 Boston, climb and maintain flight level 400.
Climb and maintain flight level 400, Delta 244.
Boston, true. Boston Center, good data. Connect 37, we are now left you.
221 Boston Center, welcome. The other aircraft calling a second. Okay.
Guess it wasn't that important.
TWA 925, can I Boston approach 133.0. 330 for TWA 925, you have a good night, thanks. Yeah.
Alright, I'm going to try and get ahead of the game here.
Boston and 637 register, please.
Loud and clear.
Do we have
Delta 364, yep, 315.
Yeah, we do have an ATIS on for Halifax. It's a little early.
1448 on frequency.
We're not quite in range of the ATIS information for Halifax. I sent him a message of sympathy. That's what happened up there in that tab.
504 Boston, our radar contact is going to maintain level 270.
270.
He's doing his best.
Alpha Zulu Uniform 241. I'm going to have to do some magic here to... Actually, are you on the ocean arrival? Actually, that works out perfectly. Alpha Zulu 241, descend at pilot's discretion, maintain flight level 240.
240,
CY.
discretion's absolute 241, thank you.
It's azul. It's the color blue. Azul.
Center, Delta 364, descending.
CYHZ ATIS. So we're not quite in range of that yet, but we can at least start the planning process of what approach to expect there. So they're landing at departing runway 32 and information kilo. So this is going to be fun. 360 at 12, gust to 17.
Welcome, fly maintain flight level 210.
3012. I'm going to go ahead and set the first officer side to 3012 just to be ahead of the game there. Also, just as a reminder that that's what it is, 3012.
Charlie Golf 5 Kilo Alpha Sierra, say Mach number.
Mach point 733 per kilo officer.
Are you able any faster?
Not really?
No, negative.
Romeo,
Knew that was coming.
Drop the zero.
I've said that same thing many times.
Center, Star 4 Heavy, 7,200, climbing 14,000.
Star 400 Boston Center, climb maintain flight level 31.
Alright, so
310, Star 400 Heavy.
And
Arnav Zulu or Yankee, runway 32. It's Arnav, okay? And we're in a DC-6. We do have a GPS, but remember that GPS is not going to provide us vertical guidance, okay? So we'll have to look at these two approaches, Arnav Zulu or Yankee. If the Zulu has, you know, LPV minimums and a curved path, then we're going to need to...
yeah, 221 descend via the Robux 3 arrival, runway 22 left, altimeter 3036.
Need probably to take the Yankee instead, or vice versa. Let's go ahead and see what we've got in terms of our approaches. Again, very much ahead of the game. But let's see what we got there. Halifax approaches 32.
132.2 Chilcott kilo officer.
Yep, so this is an RNP. So it's the opposite of what I said. The RNP is the Yankee, the GPS is the Zulu. So let's look at the RNP. Yep, so this has exactly what I said. It's got a curved approach path. Our Garmin GPS is not certified to navigate that curved path there, but it's called an RF, radius to fix. The RF required, we do not have that. So we're not going to be able to do that. We're going to need to take Zulu. So this gives us, you know, a 90-degree turn, and it gives us a turn from further out. Vocal. So instead of being able to make this curved approach right in here to VATSIM, we're going to have to make a straight out 90-degree at Vocal. So that's the difference between the two approaches. This does not require you to fly that curved radius to fix like type path. It just requires you to do these 90-degree point-to-point turns. So that's what we're going to need to do, the Arnav Zulu to runway 32. Go ahead and ping that. And if we're landing on runway 32, 7,700 feet, that's plenty. And then we're parking up here in the northwest end, so we can kind of roll it out long, make the left and go straight into the terminal.
Oak to approach 133.0 Delta 87, thank you for the service day and Merry Christmas.
Alright. Well, that's not bad. We can go ahead and get that set up, the Arnav Zulu. Matter of fact, the Arnav Yankee's probably not even in our GPS. Our GPS knows we can't do that and won't even let us select it. It's probably not even going to be listed as an available approach up there.
I don't remember what your question was.
Is it too early to ask for a handoff to Unicom?
Yeah.
Boston Center, American 902, climbing through 11,006 for 14,000.
American 902 Boston, climb maintain flight level 3.
Alright, so let's look at the procedures and let's select our approach.
American 902, climb maintain flight level 340.
And yep, all we've got are the RNAV Zulus, not any of the RNAV Yankees.
773, kind of Boston approach.
But it's runway 32 that we're going to enter in. And which one are we going to...
Virgin 773, Boston approach 133.0.
Which one are we taking here?
Boston approach, Virgin 773.
Yeah, there's 504, clear direct road. Sorry, JetBlue 504, clear direct road.
Direct robot.
We're coming in off of kind of a downwind, so it's going to be this MBAX. Downwind, or really a left base, so the MBAX is going to be the one that we take. Enter and load. Push the cursor. Okay, so for right now, we've got it in here that we're Senvi, and then the VOR, and then the airport. After that, we do have, and is it TTAR? Is that the correct missed approach fix? Yeah, basically straight out to TTAR at 3,000.
72 kind of Boston approach 133.0. United 364 Boston approach. I'm sorry, United 221 Boston approach 133.0.
133.0, United 221.
And guys, I'm not trying to be mean. It's just the last 5 calls I've been given. It feels like, guys, it takes me two or three times for people to respond. So everyone, please pay attention.
Yep, agreed. But anyway, so Alex, and then Vigma, and then Senvi, and then the VOR. But well prior to reaching this VOR, I imagine we'll get a direct to MBAX to join the approach. We might, I mean, we might get that, or we might even get Vector just to join final. So either way, though, we're good. We have it set up as though we believe we are going to be cleared, and so we are as prepared as we're going to be. There's no vertical guidance coming from the Garmin unit, so we just need to know that from vocal, so we cross MBAX at 4, and then we can drop to 3,000 as we're making our way to vocal, and then once we turn from vocal to Dusta, we stay at 3,000, and then it looks like 3.8 prior to reaching Dusta is when we start descending. And does it look like Dusta is at 18? Yeah, 1800.
Danger Regional 7886 is going to maintain.
Okay, so we can do that. We can do that. Hopefully we'll be well enough briefed on that.
Delta 364, kind of Boston approach 133.0. Forward approach 330, Merry Christmas. Yeah.
Alright, and again, our Slant Artwork Adventure for the day. Slant Artwork Adventure, and again, if you're new to the stream, or if you're relatively recently returned to the stream, we used to have a raffle that you could join with the Alphabets points. We now have what we call our Slant Artwork Adventure. So instead of joining a raffle with the Alphabets points, 500 Alphabets points gets you in on the Slant Artwork Adventure. Your opportunity to put yourself in the queue to request a addition or modification to the description that we're feeding in the chat GPT for our image of the evening. And again, we start simple and we just kind of add to it as we go. So we started with this. A DC-6 sits in front of the Halifax airport terminal preparing for its flight. And there it is. And now we've added to it the image should embody the theme of a cold Canadian winter. So now we got this. All right? And then we added the image. We added the captain and first officer are Canadian geese. So now we got those guys. Nobody wants to get in on that. I've got another addition I can make to it. I'll give you guys just a moment. My next modification.
Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.
100. To get you higher, I'm going to have to give you a slight turn. So turn 40 degrees left. I'm going to get you by some traffic that's right behind you, then I'll get you higher.
Copy. We'll turn 40 degrees left, start 400.
Another 194, contact Moncton Center, 132.2.
Okay, so I have made a modification request, and we'll see what happens.
Before 194?
Delta 194, approach 132.2.
And if you want to make a modification request, just go ahead and cash in 500 of those Twitch channel points there at the bottom of the chat panel. We'll take a peek and see how it goes with the one I just put in. That's our anticipated, so we expect to be down 9:51. This is a bit of a longer flight, longer pair of flights. About 2-hour flights both tonight. So a little bit of a longer stream in store tonight, I think.
Boston Center, New England 648, checking in early, flight level 350.
So I said in front of the Halifax Airport Terminal, which has been taken over and rebranded by Tim Hortons. That was the modification we made, so there you go. So there you go. The DC-6 in front of Tim Hortons Airport with the Canadian Geese as pilots.
Data 117 is on a pilot discretion, maintain flight level 240.
Level 7, descend and maintain 240.
Today, the regional 7886 New York approach is closed. Request you change approach.
Did a pretty good job honoring the branding, too. Princess Ash wants to get in on that. Princess Ash, you're up. What do you want? Timbits flooding out of the cabin. Okay. Gotcha. Going in. Alright, we'll see how that does. We got it chewing on that there, Ash. So again, from Alex, I do have. And is this MBAX? Is that where the? Is that the same MBAX? Is that the same point where the? MBAX, yeah, indeed. So we did not get assigned the Alex arrival, however. I'm sorry, the Fundy 5 arrival, however. You know, we could load the procedure in from Alex, or we could probably, it might be easier just to add these 2 points. Muvox and Edlove.
Traffic is no vacuum, climb maintain flight level 310, have direct to Alex once you pass. Actually, let's do this, climb maintain 310 and leaving 280, you're clear direct Alex.
Copy, climb maintain 310 after 280, direct Alex, start 410.
And Northeast 514, I think I've been calling you the wrong thing all night, apologies for that. Northeast 514, contact Moncton Center 132.2, have a good night.
We figured it out, and it's fine. And 132.2, Northeast 514, we'll see you.
Yeah. Sorry, just double checking. 241 is clear for 33.0. Negative, stay with me.
Nice of him to figure it out right before he hands us off. All right, so let's see if they're going to want to have us take this Fundy 5 arrival. Ash, I'll show you that in just a moment. It's pretty good. Moncton Center Northeast 514, flight level 190.
Lake 2605, you okay?
Well, little runway excursion. I'm figuring it out. Okay.
Up to the American 6, I'd like to step out of the cockpit for about 5 to 10.
We'll try him again in just a moment. I really want to show you this.
Franken 670, sorry, truck step away?
Timbits overflowing from the cabin. I love it. I love it. Who's next? 500 Twitch channel points, and you can make a addition or modification to that image description at your discretion. Again, it's the Twitch channel points, aka the alphabets points at the bottom of the chat panel. Button next to that tells you how many you've got, and 500 of those gets you in the queue to make a modification or addition to our image description. Moncton Center, Northeast 514, flight level 190.
Northeast 514, Moncton left.
Yeah, alrighty. We got the hello. So apparently New England is a new VA as well. He says they've been getting quite a number of folks flying as New England. Oh well. So let's go, since we've got a moment, go back through our original image and we'll show you how it progressed as we added bit by bit. So we went from there, we added the winter theme, then we added the pilot and the captain and first officer, then we added the Tim Hortons branding, and then we added the Timbits flowing out of the cabin. Oh, they had to take out one of our engines too. Oh well. Not an ideal configuration for that cargo door, but that's alright. It's pretty good. If you don't look too closely at it, it's pretty good.
Like 2605, taxi runway 28 Bravo, Mike. Actually, let's make it easier. Fast track runway 34, Golf to Deeper.
Fast track runway 34 and goes to the ramp. Sorry for the trouble and thank you so much. Like a lot harder without a rudder.
No worries at all.
did you want me to switch over to terminal or you're up to schedule?
I think it was just starting to call me when somebody else jumped in there.
34, yeah, it's terminal 1192, sorry about that.
Okay, 1192, American 323.
Northwest 1442, contact Moncton Monday.
No, northwest.
1347.
We got northeast and northwest. I keep expecting.
Sounds like Halifax was a pretty fun night for you.
Fun's the right word.
I'll have a Merry Christmas. See ya.
I keep expecting. We were on this route here, Alex, Vigma, Senvi, and then Halifax. I did not file any kind of an arrival. I do keep expecting a good chance that they're going to switch us to this Fundy from Alex to Bafty to Movox, and then that joins in with MBAX, which
On flight level 380 here.
will then take to the runway. And again, we do have to let them know that we can't take the RNF Yankee. We can only take the RNF Zulu. It does say in the ATIS, hey, let us know. They're so accommodating. They're so accommodating in Canada. Hey, just let us know. Inform arrival of requested approach on initial contact, RNF Zulu or Yankee Airway 32. We are officially in their range now, but it is still information kilo.
259 affirmative, you did. Exeter 259, wind right, descent 10,000, be Halifax, altimeter 3012.
Alright, how are we in terms of our progress? Look at these planes just zipping over top of us, racing us, and winning to Halifax.
Wind right, descent 10,000, altimeter 3012. Exeter 259, Moncton. American 670 on that. 259 Moncton.
259 heavy, go ahead, Moncton.
Wind right descent 10,000, altimeter 3012.
How is the event progressing?
915, join the VATNA.
See, at this point, it might make sense for us to offset to the right of the main arrival path. Because that... Oh, look, there is another northeast. Or this one might be a New England. Concord 1. Nice. They're getting all kinds of fun stuff coming into Halifax today. Excuse me, I'm sorry. But since we are going to be slower than these arrivals, it might make sense to have us offset so they can descend these guys without worrying about them hitting me. What kind of aircraft is this? He's an A319, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
So there you go. That kind of drives it home. There's a New England 915. That's an A320, and then here we are puttering along as a DC-6. Oh yeah, and it says even VATSIM radar.
Seabird 614, wind right, descent 10,000, Halifax, altimeter 30.
Even VATSIM radar has that translated as New England Airlines, based in Westerly, Rhode Island.
Seabird 641.
Well, no worries.
Moncton, Thunder, good evening. Rouge 1505, by sending 220.290.
Rouge 1505, hello, climb 5 level 36.
No worries. I mean, like I said, I don't have any special attachment to this airline. By the way, northeast. I don't think we specified in our artwork adventure. I don't think we specified what livery that is. Not that it really matters. think you can see much of the livery from that angle that we're working with anyway. Yeah, it wasn't really specified, although the striping looks pretty similar. Blue stripe, red stripe, blue stripe on the back. Yeah, okay, it's not exact. I guess it's just a generic. I mean, I guess all the DC-6 liveries look something like this, right? Anyway, that's where we wound up. We started with just the DC-6 in front of Halifax. We made it a nice cold winter day. We added some Canadian geese at the helm. We branded the terminal as Tim Hortons. And then we got Timbits spilling out of the aircraft. Uh-oh, Kenny says that got a lot more interesting than I thought.
Moncton Center, sorry, 400 heavy with the flight level 310.
With a 135 to beat. Oh, in this aircraft, normally I can beat that in this aircraft. I don't know if my technique's been a little suspect in all aircraft lately. I don't know, I'm losing my touch here. But we'll see how it goes. Alright, so we are officially on that alternate routing, that routing that I filed. I expected to get shunted back over onto the main route, but realizing that I'm slower than everybody else, it kind of now makes sense to have me on something different. Let's see how it goes, though.
Qatar 400 heavy, radio check.
5x5.
Alright, thanks, sir. I'm checking in with you at flight level 310.
Yeah, no, I was just responding to their radio check.
Stop.
Yeah, all of a sudden the center frequency seems to have gone dark. Just for edification, what time does the event go until? 0300, so it should be until 11 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. Alright, so we're passing Vigma, and we're now on Vigma to...
Center is back. Qatari 400, good.
Yes, sir. I'm checking in with you at flight level 310.
Vigma to Senvi now.
Qatari 400, Moncton Center, welcome aboard.
Thank you.
He was just temporarily indisposed. Center Northeast 514. I'm able to get out of the cockpit for about 3 minutes.
Northeast 514, roger, let me know you're back.
Will do, thank you. All right, friends, back with you in just a sec.
Speedbird 259er, contact Halifax, terminal now 119, just what you getting.
Delta 990 climbing through flight level 310.
Delta 990, Moncton Center, level 4. Contact Boston Center, 134, that's what's up today.
34, we're speaking on 5 good. Very good.
Likewise, very good. Speedbird 259er, heavy, Moncton Center.
Moncton Center, good evening, cargo 13 heavy is 8,600, clock flight level 220.
Cargo 13 heavy, Moncton Center, good evening, flight level 360 on board.
360, cargo 13 heavy.
Air Canada 696, sorry about the delay. There was a shift change, descend 10,000. The HF altimeter 29er71. I'll have an agent up pretty shortly.
Alright, descend to 1,000, 2971. The altimeter Canada 696.
Heavy, stay firm, contact terminal 119, is something to get in.
Terminal level 259 heavy, thank you about that.
Okay. We'll get the court marshal this time.
Moncton Center, Air Canada 663 with you level, flight level 290.
Air Canada 663, Moncton Center, good evening, flight level 380, level 4.
380, Air Canada 663.
Air Canada 519, our contact Boston Center 134, that's what's up, get in.
Forward to Boston, 134, getting each other. Air Canada 519, thank you, have a care.
Likewise, here. 107, Moncton Airways.
Moncton Center, Charlotte 110. We're able to leave the desk for about 15 minutes.
Negative for 15 here, coming up on Boston Center, public next 10.
It's almost at 7.
Proceed by 14, Roger. 1010,005 discretion, information kilo in Halifax, 3030. Put in the plan burn and do the runway 32 will have it on approach control.
Moncton Center, sorry, 400 Heavy, requesting step climb to flight level 330.
Sorry, 400, Moncton Center, step climb approved, climb level 330.
Copy, climb maintain 330, sorry, 400 Heavy, thanks.
Boston Center, very good evening. Air Canada 842, 13.34290.
Air Canada 842, Moncton Center, good evening, climb level 360.
360 confirmed for Air Canada 842.
Flight level 360.
360, roger.
Beaver 641 contact Halifax terminal now 119.2, good day.
119.2, Speedbird 641, thank you, sir.
Moncton, hello, Sprint 548, 3,800 climbing 5,000, Moncton 5.
Last aircraft calling again.
Air Sprint 548, leveling 5,000 feet, Moncton 5.
Moncton Center, helicopter, November 521, X-ray Alpha. Just checking in, we're at 4,000. I think we need to be talking to you. Yeah, looks like the Moncton Low sector got disconnected. Standby.
No, he called up and told everyone that he had to go abruptly and just said call the appropriate frequencies. So I don't think they'll be coming back.
Yeah, no problem. Alpha Sierra Papa 548 signal sign.
Air Sprint 540.
Air Sprint 548 identified, turn right direct Ovixie on course, climb level 280.
Right to Ovixie, climb level 280, Air Sprint 540.
Moncton Center, good evening. Speedbird 224 Heavy, flight level 360.
Speedbird 224 Heavy, Moncton Center, hello, squawk 3102 and ident.
Squawk 3102 ident for Speedbird 224.
At Moncton Center, lot 4 Tango Lima, we have a step line in about 10 miles, so there's no defined bearing. We are about to step on.
Okay, so normally you actually have to have permission to set line because you're changing altitude, so in the future, request permission to set line, and then you'll get it approved. You can request it at a destination. So you can ask it at a fix to set line to X. Lot 4 Tango Lima, what's your set line altitude?
400 at top file.
Lot 4 Tango Lima, roger. At Taffy, climb level 400.
At Taffy, climb level 400. Look for Tango Lima.
Halifax Center, quarter air 492 with you, flight level 190 for 230, direct MB.
Sorry, was that for Moncton Center?
Yes, that's correct. It's quarter air 492.
Quarter 492, roger, climb level 340.
Level 340, quarter air 492.
Helicopter number 521 X-ray Alpha, sorry about the delay. Are you looking for flight following?
Negative, we're IFR.
That's my bad. November 1 X-ray Alpha, identify, proceed on course.
On course, helicopter 521 X-ray Alpha.
Moncton American 670 Heavy request.
American 670, go ahead.
We'd like to request climb to flight level 350.
American 670, step climb approved, flight level 350.
350, American 676.
Speedbird 224, sorry about the delay, identified, welcome aboard. Lot 4 Tango Lima, contact Boston Center 134.7, g'day.
134.7, good day, American, for Tango Lima.
Northeastern 514, contact Halifax Terminal 119.2, good day.
Moncton Center, Warrior 1764 Tango on the ground at St. John, request.
Speedbird 641 cleared Halifax, RNAV Zulu 32 approach, GABAF transition, speed 1705 miles per hour.
Cleared RNAV Zulu, GABAF transition for runway 32, 175 on the final, 641.
Speed 17025 miles per hour.
170 mile final, sorry sir, 641.
Sorry. Continuing with 514. Eastern 514, Moncton, correction off action roll. Speedbird 641, speed 160.
160, 641.
Eastern 541, Halifax Terminal, hello, expect RNAV Zulu 32 approach, MBAX transition. Speedbird 259, contact tower 1184.
Tower 84, Speedbird 59, heavy both one.
Bye-bye. Speedbird 641, traffic 12 o'clock, about 6.5 miles, is Speedbird 8350, descending to 3000, you'll be following it.
Roger, thank you sir, we have Monty gas.
Pressure.
Departure, Speedbird 8073, climbing through 2000 for 5.
Alpha Echo Romeo, you were supposed to maintain 230, contact Moncton 1322.
13, contact center on 132, decimal 0 Alpha for me.
1322?
Sorry, 1322 Alpha from you.
You'll expect 6498, contact Moncton 1322.
1322, World Express 6498.
Towards the 807 tree identified. Turn left direct to Acadian on course, climb flight level 230.
Turn left Arcadian on course, climb 230, 8073.
Close Eastern 514, descend 6000. Speedbird 641, 160 to 5 mile final, contact tower 1184, bye-bye.
160 to 5 mile final, over to tower 118.4, 641, thank you sir.
Okay. Golden 15 Charlie, contact Moncton 1322.
Over to Moncton Center, 132.2, Nolinor 15 Charlie, thanks for the ATC, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
What we've got here is failure to communicate.
Ah, now I see what you guys are trying to tell me.
807 tree contact.
Hi, Bad Dave.
Moncton 1322.
Yeah, Kenny Monster, I was back. I guess you guys saw. Yeah, I know. I've been back for a while, but apparently I left the mic muted scene on. My apologies, guys. So I guess what you didn't see, or you didn't hear me say, you might have seen that I've added a impromptu curling match that has broken out on the ramp area in front of the aircraft. Winter Olympics coming up. That's the 3 weeks every 4 years that I absolutely love curling, and then I completely... Direct MBAX, Eastern 514. The 3 weeks every year that I'm a massive curling fan, and then I forget how it works. Yeah, alright. Oh, well, Kenny says a guy from the last town I lived in won a gold medal for curling somewhere around 2016, maybe. That's awesome, man. Of course, I guess you live in that area where it's a massive thing, right? I guess a lot of the American players come from your neck of the woods. We are coming up on 6,000. We're going to be 4,000 by MBAX. 4,000 Eastern 514. Northeastern 514. Eastern, northeastern, you know, some direction. One direction. Anyway, since the last time I said it, you guys probably didn't hear it. Don't forget that if you want to get in on our slant out artwork adventure, we got the DC-6 sitting in front of the Halifax terminal, which has been rebranded for Tim Hortons. We got the Canadian Geese as the captain and first officer. We've got Timbits spilling out onto the ramp, and a curling match that is broken out impromptu in front of the aircraft. If you want to make an addition or modification to that image, go ahead and put 500 points into the request. You go down underneath the bottom of the chat panel. You got the alphabet serial icon. The button next to that tells you how many of those points that you have, and if you got 500 or more, you can cash in 500 to get in on that queue, and then we will get your input as to what you would like to change or add to that image.
132225. I cannot get 220.
Okay, it's not 220, it's 132.200.
Thinking trouble, sorry.
No worries. Walker 1593, identified, proceed direct Catlow on course, climb flight level 230.
Direct Catlow, climb flight level 320, Walker 1593.
Walker 1593, climb flight level 230.
Spin the props up as best we can.
1593.
Northeastern 514, cleared Halifax, RNAV Zulu 32, approach MBAX transition.
Alright, we're cleared from the MBAX transition to the RNAV Zulu Halifax 32 approach, Northeastern 514. Alright, so after MBAX, we're down to 3 at vocal. Alright, guys. You guys can start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. No bot command necessary for that. Just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know that you mean a descent rate either way. And the closest predictor is going to get an automatic entry into our our monthly now monthly landing rate raffle. We're going to pull the next winner on January the 1st, and we're going to pull it toward the end of January every day thereafter. Okay, so those have been extended and activated.
Station 5140 Mike, passing 1,900 for 5,000 feet.
And MBAX at 4,000.
Left direct Acadian on course, flight level 230.
Oh, starting to pick up a little icing here. MBAX at 4,000, and now we got to slow down. But we can also shallow the descent because we're almost at MBAX. Let's go back to the data page here. We're still 17 miles from MBAX. That's really, really good news because we need to get leveled off and slowed down.
1322 Walker 1593.
Alright, let's get the prop de-icer, carb de-icer, wing de-icer, yeah, this is all the de-icing stuff, right? Left ring, white wing. Oh, I think the windshield de-icing was like up here or something, wasn't it? We got the power backed off to 80. Got the descent shallowed out. We're under 175. We can start getting the first notch of flaps out. Minimum's 840. And 65 or below, we can get flaps 15.
Halifax Terminal Helicopter November 521 X-Ray Alpha. Sorry for the late check-in. Just got our frequency change. We're hoping to get RNAV Zulu for runway 32.
Number 512, that's Alpha Halifax Terminal. Hello, information Mike, runway 32. Correction, expect RNAV Zulu.
These speeds 133 and 103.
Direct GATAP for the runway 32 RNAV Zulu, helicopter 521 X-ray Alpha.
Helicopter 521 X-ray Alpha, GATAP.
155, we can go to the next notch of flaps, which would be 20.
Yeah, I have GATAP 1 X-ray Alpha. Roger.
Readjust down to 80 BMEP. Should set and forget that. Shouldn't touch it. Shouldn't need to touch it again. We can put the cow flaps back to 0 here.
2.2 for 5140 Mike. Have a good night. See you.
Okay, we are at flaps 20, which is below 155. And then 145 in the white arc now. We can go flaps whatever we need.
Northeastern 514, when established, contact tower 1184. Bye-bye.
Alright, 18.4 when established, Northeastern 514, thanks. Okay, so that is where we have tuned already. I'm not going to put any more drag out. We want to keep the 145 for now. We're still 6 miles from MBAX. And then after MBAX, we can descend to 3, and then we can start getting the speed under control. Five miles to MBAX.
512, extra alpha, cleared Halifax, RNAV Zulu 32, approach GABAP transition.
Cleared for the RNAV Zulu runway 32, GABAP transition, helicopter 521 X-ray Alpha.
Alright, 3 miles, MBAX. We gotta make sure we cross it at or above 4,000. And then we can hit the brakes and start managing that turn. At that point, I will take over manual control, fly it all the way to the runway myself.
230.
And again, we're going to roll it long and turn left. If we miss, it's straight out to 3,000. I'm still a mile short of MBAX, so we really shouldn't be below 4,000 just yet. A.J. Scott, thank you very kindly for the follow. Appreciate it. Alright, now we can descend to 3. At vocal, we can go to 3. And then we kind of keep 3 for just a little bit. Yeah, so we don't want to rush down to 3 because we're going to keep 3 for a little bit after the turn off of vocal. And then once we get vocal to VATUSA, then we can head down to about 1,800. Speed's bleeding off nicely on its own, so I'm not really going to touch any additional drag until we are sure that we need it. Alright, how far from vocal? Still 3 miles. Speed's doing good. The concept in these big radial engines is not to go whipping power around up and down like you do in a piston, regular piston airliner, or in a jet. You can kind of adjust power as you need to. These big radials, you really want to set the power, leave it there, and then you're going to do all of your descent and speed management with drag. We don't even have the gear out at this point, so once we get to the point where we're descending toward the runway, we're going to have to throw the gear out, and that's going to slow us down. But at that point also, below this white arc, we can use any flap setting we want, 30, 40, or 50. And we're trying to take it from 130 to 100. I think our V speed, 133 is the V approach, and 103 is the V ref. We'll do all that via drag management by putting gear and flaps out, but leaving the engines pretty much right where they are. It's just how you do it in these old radials. They're fragile. They're massive, but at the same time, they're fragile. Alright, so we could be at 3,000 now, but we can be at basically descending to 1,800 by the time we get to VATUSA. 1,800 by VATUSA. So what do we need to know? 5 miles to VATUSA.
Question 782, Moncton, approaching Halifax.
We want to go ahead and get gear out here. And then let's go ahead and get switched over to tower. .4. Halifax Tower, northeast 514, 4 miles from VATUSA, RNAV 32.
Northeast 514 Halifax Tower, hello, Halifax, wind 36012, gusting 17, altimeter 3012, number 1.
We are number 1, northeast 514. I got the runway in sight on, so.
Halifax Tower, good evening, Air Canada.
We're 3,000. 3 miles to Dutsa. Yeah, okay. We need to go ahead and descend. We'll go ahead and get some more drag out so that we don't pick up speed. And I'm going to go ahead and turn the autopilot off at this time.
Sorry, northeast 514, wind 35012, quick land, runway 32.
Clear to land 32, northeast 514. Alright, friends, keep those predictions coming as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. No bot command necessary. Just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know the immediate descent rate either way. Closest predictor gets an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle. Gears down in green. Landing flaps are set and checked. We've got anywhere between 30, 40, and 50 at our beck and call. They're getting blown a little bit off to the left here. And we've got about 20 more knots to lose here. I am just going to try and keep the speed up, and I also am crabbing it over a little bit to the right. And then we'll cross the controls when we get our short final. But right now I'm just going to crab it over to the right and get back on that center
Air
line.
Canada 669 with Mike short 32, number 2.
Air Canada 669, Halifax Tower, roger.
$1,800 at Dutsa, and we're half a mile from Dutsa.
Air Canada 669, actually, recycle transponder, squawk 4347.
And still about 400 feet.
4347.
Okay, we're a little maybe on the high side, but we're okay. We're good. We're on a good profile here. I got to crab it over a little bit more to the right, it looks like.
Halifax Tower, helicopter 521 X-ray Alpha. We're on the RNAV Zulu for runway 32.
Helicopter 521 X-ray Alpha, Halifax Tower, wind 350.
Okay, I've gone ahead and put out the additional drag
3012, number 2.
to get us slowed down to our VREF of 102. Again, leaving the power right where it is. Speed comes down too much, I'll actually pull a notch of flaps back in. Go ahead and do that. Looks like we've got 2 reds, 2 whites. I do want to keep the nose up just a little bit. As I bring the nose up, that's going to slow us down, so I'm going to put some flaps back in. Correcting over to the right just a little bit. Okay, speed's looking good.
Helicopter 1 X-ray Alpha, do you want us, you probably want us exiting after or at Foxtrot, I imagine.
November 521 X-ray Alpha, really doesn't matter to me. As long as it's after Mike, that's fine.
Alright, yeah, we'll plan for Foxtrot for you then, helicopter 1 X-ray Alpha.
Okay, we're looking good. We got flaps 40. 2 reds, 2 whites. Speed's coming down, so bring a notch of flaps back in here.
Alright, yeah, we'll plan for a high speed down 2-3. Yeah, we're going down to the GA terminal there, so 1 X-ray Alpha.
1 X-ray Alpha, roger.
Still need to fight to get back over to the right here.
Air Canada 872 after your landing, DC-6, line up on way to runway 32.
After the runway trunk, line up on way 22, Air Canada 812.
Okay, last notch of flaps coming in. Let's get the alignment sorted out here. And let's not land short. I think we're going to land a little short. Okay, maybe not. We got to sort it out. Might have bounced it just a little bit. Yeah. We did. Not too bad, though. Okay, let's take one.
Northeast 514, if you want, you can take the left on 23, then take the high speed down 23.
Alright, we'll make the left on the runway 23, Northeast 514.
Northeast 514, roger, left on runway 23, contact ground 121.9, good day.
219, Northeast 514, we'll see it.
Yeah, Rob. Air Canada 872, airborne contact Halifax departure, 119.2. Wind 350 at 12, clear for takeoff, runway 3.
Halifax ground, northeastern 514 is off 23 at Echo, holding short of Golf.
New England 514, roger, sir. Where would you like to park?
We got gate 57 from the company. If we can get over that way, that's fine. If not, take whatever you got.
514, can't get you over there. There's a blockage going on there. How about 22?
The map in front of me, I'll tell you.
All right, Golf, main apron, 22.
Golf, main apron to gate 22, northeast 514, thanks. Basically straight ahead.
United 7463, main apron, Delta, across 23 kilo, hold short 32.
United 7463, we're still waiting taxi, but when ready, taxi main apron, Delta, cross runway 23.
So it looks like 22.
There you go.
So Golf comes straight into 20, and if we go right one to the right, that should be 22. Alright, we can stow the flaps. We can deactivate the landing lights and all the de-icing stuff. As soon as I turn off the de-icing, the ice comes back. Guess that's Canada for you, huh?
For Halifax ground, today this is Western 801 at gate 16 Mike requesting.
So apparently I was supposed to follow that yellow line.
WestJet 801, clear to the Toronto Leicester B by the Halley 4 departure, flight plan route, squawk 4310.
All right, cleared by the Halifax 4 departure, squawk 4310. I'm not sure if I might have missed something else that I heard another voice, but that's the info I have. 801.
All right. Parking brakes.
Your read back is correct. Push and start is at your discretion. Call me for the taxi.
Put the RPMs back down to 1,000. Heisenberg is here. JJ's here. Not sure if I said hi to you earlier. And bear with me, guys, as we get the turnaround flow operable, and then we'll check on the winning number here on our landing rate raffle entry. So everything worked out okay. I did probably landed a little bit shorter than I intended to. Speed kind of bled off at the end. I think I overdid the drag on short final. Probably should have just trusted that I had it where it was and should have left it go. Oh, we can get strobes off, nav lights on. Landing lights we did. Cow flaps open. Cow flaps can come open now that we're parked.
Speedbird for you? I have it on British Airways.
Speedbird is British Airways. What is he talking about? Missed that. I missed that exchange, but
British Airways 67, that's not
Yeah, BAW, their company call sign is Speedbird.
Oh. Sorry, I did not know that. All good.
All right.
118.4.
Throttles are now down. Mixture cut off.
Good day, Merry Christmas. You as well.
Fuel selectors can come off. Magnetos and generators can come off. Wheel well lights can come on. Wheel well lights were left on that entire time. Whoops. Seatbelt signs can come off. Entrance lights can come on. Entrance lights were left on the entire time. Whoops. And the beacon light can come off. Oh. Beacon light was left off the entire time. Man, I kind of messed up the lights the entire way in, didn't I? That engine instruments.
United 7463, hold short.
And the inverters can come off.
7463, hold short.
Let us jump down to the bottom.
Never mind. Carry on.
You can go ahead and shut off the transponder. We'll set it back to 2000 for now.
7463, you can carry on to the hold short 32.
7463, carry on. Sorry about that. I thought we had clearance to cross runway.
You did, but I had an unexpected helicopter come in at overtop of 32 there.
DME.
3 at Delta. That was a bit of a concern.
ADF.
Yeah, kind of confusing.
All right, so all the radios are off now. I think we are still going to hear that COM 2, even though it's turned off, which is fine. It's interesting to listen to, but we're not supposed to be hearing it when I've powered the radio off. Anyway, so all that's done. Let's get the control lock on. Oh, we got some gift subs going out from Heisenberg to Dead Stick, Danger Zone, Love Francis, Tobias, and 0x9. Thank you, Heisenberg. A nice Christmas gift for those folks, and for me as well. I appreciate that. All right, so let's get the wheel chocks on. We can connect some ground power. Let's go ahead and get some doors opened up here. While we're waiting on that, we can switch the power source over to ground power.
Frequency ground's closing down. Monitor tower on 118.4. Merry Christmas, boys and girls, and we'll see you again. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays.
Even though we're not technically even supposed to be able to hear them, we'll switch over anyway.
And Tower, Helicopter 1 X-Ray Alpha, just to clarify, I just want to know if I did something wrong there. Were we supposed to hold short of that Delta Kilo intersection, or I just wanted to know?
November 521 X-Ray Alpha, what
I wasn't being informed that you were coming down 23 from Tower, so that was a bit of a conflict, so I could have had that unit stop at Delta at 23, and you could have proceeded, but yeah, no, that was just on our side, not your side.
All right, that was both controllers at once. I caught the end of that, though, so thank you, Helicopter 1 X-Ray Alpha. I just, learning network, wasn't sure. Thanks.
Yep, no problem.
All right, so this is my estimates. We said I'd be down at 9:51. It's 9:44, so we got down just a few minutes early, and should have 10,147 remaining. Let's see how I did there. 10,147. I mean, obviously we can add it up off of the gauges, but 10,510. Wow, so that's timing. Worked out perfectly. Timing and fuel worked out perfectly. Now let's see how your predictions worked out. I have a feeling you guys guessed kind of low. AJ Scott, yeah, we're in the Douglas DC-6, the PMDG DC-6 here. A little different than what most folks are flying into this event tonight, but that's part of the fun, right?
United 8663, I got your clearance.
Alright, anyway, so
okay, go ahead for United 8663.
So yeah, I had good speed control down final, and I felt like I was managing power and speed really well with the drag. And then right on short final, I felt like the speed bled off a little more than I expected it to, and I think it was partially because I was a little bit too nose down, and then I corrected that to make sure that I wasn't going to land short. But when I nosed up, we lost speed, and I should have pulled in drag immediately, rather than reacting to that loss of speed. I should have kind of anticipated that. At the same time, we had that right to left crosswind, and as soon as I dipped the right wing and crossed with the rudder, that adds a ton of drag too. So at that end, when I added that drag, I should have pulled in the flaps again in anticipation of losing that speed. As a result, we came down pretty firm on the very beginning of that runway, and the number that registered was 224, so a little heavier of a touchdown than I usually manage in this aircraft. You guys were correct to guess on the high side. And yeah, one little skim and skip there too, and then that 16 knot quartering crosswind didn't help matters any. But anyway, 224. This plane's nice and durable. It'll manage that no problem. Let's just see who is closest. Probably who guessed the highest. We had 173, 145, 181. Melvin, is that going to be you? Yeah. Melvin knew what the situation was in terms of the crosswind here, so he factored that in and picked up an entry into our monthly landing rate raffle. Next one's going to be pulled January 1st, New Year's Day, and then we'll pull it toward the end of each month thereafter. So this is where are we? CYHZ. We got some cheer bits coming in from ELW124. We got a hype train rolling with that. Thank you very kindly. With all the gift subs and the cheer bits, thank you, EL. Everybody else that continues to follow the channel and the subscriptions and the gift subs and the cheer bits, donations, we really always appreciate what you guys do. The drawing, by the way, when we pull the drawing, for those of you new to the channel, when we pull those raffle drawings each month, we have some real prizes on this channel. Not just some rinky-dink prize. We got real actual prizes here for you. You got Slant Alpha merch in the name of a t-shirt, ball cap, mouse pad, coffee mug, or tote bag, which I will ship to you at my own expense anywhere in the world. Don't want any of that stuff. That's fine. You won't hurt my feelings if you choose instead an electronic gift card either to Amazon.com or the xplane.org store or simmarket.com as your prize. So again, Melvin, you've got the latest entry. We're gonna pull two of them on January 1st because this is 2 months worth. We're shifting from this being a bi-monthly contest to a monthly contest. So I've got quite a number of entries here. So we'll make that 2 winners on January 1st, and then we'll go back to doing that once a month rather than once every other month. Since I'm back to streaming a little bit more often again. So that's that situation. The other thing that goes on this channel that you want to be aware of is our slant artwork adventure. So whenever we stream for you, this is a fairly new adventure that we brought, fairly new activity, I should say, that we've brought back to the channel. The way it works is every night we throw a prompt into ChatGPT to create an image that represents the night's stream. And then if you guys want to, I know. Yeah, we got a little ice baby. We'll get that sorted out before we get rocking and rolling on leg number 2. No worries. But anyway, so we throw us a description in a 1-sentence description into ChatGPT to create an image representative of the night's stream. And then as the night progresses, if you want to add to or modify that description, you would put in a request by jumping down the bottom of the chat panel. You've got the Alphabits serial icon that represents our Alphabits points, our Twitch channel points. And a button next to that tells you how many you have. If you've got 500 or more, you can put in 500 to add to or modify the image. Right? So what we started with tonight was simply just a DC-6 parked on the ramp at Halifax Airport. We added then that the image should be representative of a nice cold, snowy Canadian evening. To that we then added Canadian geese as the pilot, that's the captain and first officer of the aircraft. We then changed the branding of Halifax Airport to Tim Hortons. We then added a massive amount of Timbits overflowing out of the cabin. And then finally we have added to that an impromptu curling match that has broken out on the ramp area in front of the aircraft.
Alright, taxi.
So there you go. That is our slant artwork adventure so far this evening. And again, if you want to get in on the action to add to or modify that description in any way, go ahead and cash in 500 of those Twitch channel points, and then let me know what you would like to do. What we are going to do before the whole plane freezes over is go ahead and get our second flight plan filed on the network, as we are going to continue up from here to Gander. Speaking of Canadian geese, we're going to take a gander at Gander Airport. We are NEA 514. We're IFR. We're in a DC-6. Weight category is medium. SBDF GRY L. We're going to depart from CYHZ. Off block time is going to be 0320. Yeah, we can easily do that. We can probably get out ahead of that. Hang on, let me make one modification in my spreadsheet here. 0320, and I'm going to leave it at that. Yeah, that's a half an hour from now. We should still be okay. I'm going to leave it at that just because we do need to program the route into that GPS, which is something that always takes me a good long time. 19,000 feet is going to be our cruise altitude. We're going to cruise at 240. Our arrival is going to be CYQX, which is Gander. Alternate CYYT. Is that St. John's, I think, maybe? Can't remember what that is. 0213 en route. Again, a little bit of a longer flight than we usually do on this channel, but yeah, stuff is spread out up here. Go figure.
November 911 Echo Juliet, I have reroute for you. Are they ready to copy? Stand by.
And then this is the route details that we have.
Taxi Foxtrot Golf to the apron, Monster Ground 121.9.
I'll show you that in Navigraph here in just a moment. B2, C2, D2, S2.
Wind shear pretty close.
We're going to put in for our performance Bravo. The radio telephony on our call sign is northeast. And of course we've got the Twitch channel link.
You're clear to the Boston Airport via the Halifax 4 departure. Direct Acadian.
And we're going to throw that in.
Alpha Charlie Alpha Delta November.
And that's done. Alright, now.
Duvin.
Let's go over here and let's go to flights. Let's unload the flight. Let's put a new flight in. Let's select Halifax. And then let's select Gander.
Clear to Boston, Halifax.
Close that. Let's edit the route.
Charlie Alpha Delta November. Direct Duvin, Delta Uniform Victor India November. Direct Echo November Echo.
Done.
The Ocean 5 arrival. Runner 32, squawk 4304, Phenom 911 Echo Juliet.
November 911 Echo Juliet.
Switch to IFR low, because as a matter of fact, I think we're routing on low altitude airways anyway. What did I put in here? Yeah, Tango, 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 Tango. Yeah, we're routing on low altitude airways anyway, but with the high altitude there, all those North American, those North American track feeder routes, it gets a little messy on that chart. So good that we're on this one that's a little bit easier to see. So we'll go ahead and punch the route into our GPS here momentarily, but that's what it kind of looks like on the plot.
Cam 43215, do you want more circuit or are you proceeding?
And let's
I'll proceed direct Shearwater.
Since we got
Cam 43215, roger.
Go to the charts, we can pin the taxi chart. Yeah, matter of fact, we can pin the parking positions and the taxi chart. And then the SIDS, Halifax for departure, we'll need to look at that. And that should cover us there for now. Just to get the destination airport kind of loaded into the bottom, let's go ahead and look at, we have stars, no, we don't have any stars there. Let's just get the the airport, taxi routing, taxi chart pinned there. At least that'll just give us that easy to find button to pull up the rest of the charts once we know what kind of approach we might be assigned to there. Alright, anyway, so we're there, we're good to go. We got the parking, got the airport info, and then we got the departure, which we'll look at here in a little bit more detail in just a moment.
Call you before entering the zone, we'll monitor the shearwater, measure frequency 119.0, count force 3215.
Alright, back up top we go, and let's...
Tower hello, citation 709 Foxton, info, mic, instrument box.
Take a peek to see. So our current gross weight, 84,018. We are not going to need a water injected takeoff this time. We are still, what is the airport elevation is 477, so we are still going to be in that first column in terms of the V1 speed. V1 speed is something that you take off of the chart up top here. So we're in this column here, sea level to 2, and the weight is basically 84,000. So we'll just say it's pretty close to that number there, 85. Alright, so our V1 is going to be 85. If we have these safety critical issues happen prior to reaching 85, we'll abort the takeoff. If we exceed 85, then we are taking those safety critical items with us airborne. We're going to rotate at 98. V2 is 103. If we have 3 or fewer working engines, that's what we'll pitch to maintain is 103. We have 4 good engines at that point. We'll pitch to maintain that plus 20, and then we'll retract our flaps and mosey on about our way. Let's get an update on the ATIS information. It is the information mic now.
United 7463, line on wing, wrong, 32.
Mike. What day is it, Mike?
Information mic, and 010 at 11 now. Overcast at 31. 10, minus 10, yeah, we can tell. 3012 is still the altimeter, and they're still landing at departing runway 32.
Call me back when you're
Okay, all good.
Okay, roger.
Tower United 866, fuel contact.
Yep, United 8663, push back and start your expression, sir.
Yeah, 866.
Alright, so...
United 7463, airborne contact Halifax, departure, 119.2, wind 340, 11 gusting 16, clear for takeoff, runway 32.
Clear for takeoff.
Now that we know what the initial altitude is here. Does it say, does it have an initial climb? Maintain 5,000. Okay, easy enough.
WestJet 801, line on wait, runway 32.
Line up and wait, runway 32, WestJet 801.
Tower, Phenom 1 Echo Juliet, short Charlie, ready for taxi. For correction, short up.
Phenom 1 Echo Juliet, runway 32, wind 350, 10 gusting 16, altimeter 3013, taxi 8 in your discretion, Alpha, Delta, cross runway 23, Kilo, hold short runway 32.
Alpha, Delta, cross runway 23, Kilo, hold short 32, Phenom 1 Echo Juliet.
Let's see if we can grab a clearance request. Halifax Tower, Northeast 514. We get information. Mike, IFR to Gander.
Northeast 514, Moncton to Halifax Tower. Stand by for clearance, number 1.
Okay, good. We're number 1, so we'll...
November 911 Echo Juliet, actually recycle transponder, squawk 4.
Hopefully not have to wait too long. We know that the altimeters are set to 3012. I'm going to go ahead and start programming the route because that's a...
New England 514, have your clearance.
Fire away.
Northeast 514, clear to the Gander Airport via the Halifax 4 departure, flight plan route, squawk 4312.
Alright, Halifax 4 departure, flight plan route 4312, Northeast 514.
Northeast 514, reback is correct. Push and start your discretion. Call for taxi. Information Mike.
We got Mike on board. We'll call you for taxi, Northeast 514. Thanks. Okay.
Halifax Tower.
So all that time we've been talking to him, our radio's been off, but it's been working anyway, so that's good. And we'll go ahead and get this powered up, and we'll go ahead to the flight plan. We'll go to the menu. We will delete the flight plan. Enter. Yes. Okay. Now let's go ahead and push the cursor. Our origin is C.
801 Halifax wind to
Y.
airborne contact Halifax terminal 119.2 wind 360 9 gusting 15 clear for takeoff runway 32.
Over to 119.2 clear for takeoff runway 32 WestJet 801. Have a good day.
Z, our push time 20 minutes from now. Okay, we can make that. CYHZ. The first waypoint is YHZ. That's the VOR. We'll go ahead and plug that in.
Halifax Tower, WestJet 671 with information. Mike requests IFR clearance to Toronto Pearson International.
WestJet 671 Halifax Tower. Hello, you're cleared to the.
Okay, after YHZ, let's take a look at the route. IGTAS IGTAS is going to be the next one.
Tower Phenom 9011 Echo Juliet will be fully ready for departure upon reaching.
November 911 Echo Juliet, roger.
IGTAS, enter. Next one after IGTAS is going to be no top. I'm getting better at this.
WestJet 671, I have amendment to your route. Advice ready, copy.
Ready to copy, WestJet 671.
WestJet 671, you're cleared to the Toronto Airport via the Halifax 4 departure. Direct Kelno, Kilo
No
Echo,
top,
Lima,
and then
November
after no
Oscar,
top, Sasug.
Quebec 806. Minnocket, that's the Mike Lima Tango.
You know, the funny thing is like I could probably go right now with what I've got, and I could put the rest in later. We have plenty of time, but I prefer to have it all set up and ready to go, so I'm not suddenly behind the aircraft without realizing it. Sasug.
Halifax Tower, I'm going to need you to repeat some of it back to me. I have Halifax 4 departure, Kelno,
Sasug,
route, Quebec 806.
And then where are we going?
And then I'm going to need the rest of the flight plan route. And I have runway 32.
YQX VOR and then CYQX.
WestJet 671, yep, just after Quebec 806, that's the Minnocket, so Mike Lima Tango. Then Thurso, direct Thurso, Delta Echo Romeo Delta Oscar, direct.
Halifax Tower, roger. I've got Mike Lima Tango.
Enter.
And then direct to
and then the
Delta
airport
Echo
C.
Romeo, Delta Oscar, Halifax 671.
Y.
WestJet 671, readback is correct. Mission start your discretion, call back.
Q.
I thought you had an 866
Enter.
November 911 Echo
Okay,
Juliet,
that's good. That's all we got. That's all we got for now. Not going to worry about that.
Airborne, contact 119.
You can kind of just eyeball it, make sure it looks reasonable. Does look like what we expected it to, and so we'll leave it right there. But I like to have the data up because that's the most useful page to me when we're flying.
Altimeter 3013, taxi apron your discretion. Delta cross runway 23 kilo.
All right, so we got the route going. Let's see. We can shut the radios back off for the startup process. Again, unrealistically, we will continue to hear the tower controller, but that's okay. We'll just ignore that.
Halifax Tower, hello. Wind 35011, altimeter 3013. Number 1, continue approach.
Continue.
Altimeter set, nav equipment set up, transponder, 4312. We can come down here. I'm not going to put that on yet. Right now we're leaving everything off. The reason I have the radios and all off is because we're conserving power, since we're about to disconnect from ground power and switch over to just battery. Transponder code set, leave power off for now. We did, and then we've already talked about the V speeds. 85, 98's VR, and 103 is our V2. 85 is our V1. Alright, let's switch over to the battery. And let's get seatbelt lights on. And beacon light on. Right, okay, yeah, beacon light on.
American 1653, Halifax, wind 35012, clear to land, runway 32.
Alright, seatbelt lights on, entry lights off.
1635.
Wheel well lights off, so that's what I missed. Engine instruments go to the normal bus. We can jump down here. We'll disconnect all the stairs. Close the cargo hold. We can disconnect ground power and the wheel chocks. Get all the exits closed. Make sure. Okay, we're good to go. Pressurization should be already set because we are going to up to 19,000 again. And our current altitude, So current should be set to about 500, so we're 477. Pressurization set. Cowl flaps are indeed open. Fuel selectors can go back to main. Throttles advanced to right around 10%. Greetings from the flight deck and welcome aboard Northeastern 514 service to Gander Airport. We will be pushing back from the gate here momentarily, anticipating to be wheels up at the bottom of the hour. We're planning to get off just a few minutes early for you, although we do have to thaw out the windshield, so that might be a couple minutes to do that, but we're expecting to be on time, wheels up at the bottom of the hour. Flight time once we're airborne is 2 hours, 13 minutes. We'll be cruising at 19,000 feet for you today. Weather here at the origin, well, it's chilly, it's overcast, it's a little breezy. So we do expect that it might be a touch bumpy as we make the climb out, but hopefully once we get up to our cruise altitude, we should be able to find some nice smooth air to cruise in for you. So sit back, relax, tighten up that seatbelt one extra notch for us, just because it might be just a touch bumpy on the climb out, but we will be underway shortly, and we do appreciate you joining us on Northeast Airlines Flight 514's service to Gander. Our beacon light is on. We can get our pushback set up.
Hotel Juliet, request VFR or this permission for VFR flight around Porter's Lake and back to Halifax.
And we're going to push out here just
Charlie, Hotel Juliet, Halifax.
away of the intersection.
3013. Squawk 43.
Although it doesn't look like we've got anybody coming in right now, so I think we should be good. So let's request that pushback.
Charlie, Hotel Juliet,
and we can release the parking brake, we can release the hold, and let us go ahead and get our engines fired up. We'll start with the inboard on the right, which is our number 3. We'll get some fuel, and we'll get some motion going. On the 9 call, we'll hit the mags and the boost.
8663, line up, wait, runway 32.
Runway 32, yeah, 8663.
12 call, we hit the primer, and as soon as the engine catches, we'll pull the mix in. Okay, make sure it's not racing up past 1,000 RPMs. As soon as these click off,
35 down and clear 3-2.
Generator on, fuel pump off, selector to 4, fuel pump,
Foxtrot Golf,
and start.
Caution, a DC-6 just taxiing it, pushing back on the right side. Okay, Fox Golf to the gate, we'll keep an eye out for America 1635, good night.
9.
Charlie, Hotel Juliet, feedback is correct, call me ready for taxi.
Charlie, Hotel Juliet, ready for taxi.
Charlie, Hotel Juliet, roger, taxi, runway
Okay, did it start?
Wind 34011, altimeter 3013, taxi, apron your discretion, Delta cross 23, Kilo.
I can't tell if it started. Okay, yeah, it did. Yeah, we got RPMs on the right-hand side.
Sorry, send that message. 1 second.
Okay. So we're done pushing. The American got in behind us.
Hotel Juliet, cleared taxi via
Done with that.
Taxiway Delta cross 32. Taxi via
So we
Kilo,
get the generator on, fuel pump off.
32.
We'll switch to the number 2.
3. 6. 9. 12.
United 8663, airborne contact Halifax departure, 119.2, wind 340, 10 gusting 16, clear for takeoff, runway 32.
1928, let's take off.
Did it not start? Yeah, because it didn't.
Halifax Tower, Charlie, Hotel Juliet, is it pushback on discretion?
Charlie, Hotel Juliet, you shouldn't really call me for taxi when you haven't pushed back.
Yeah, sorry, kind of stupid brain moment. Yeah, I'm pushing back right now on to Delta.
Charlie, Hotel Juliet, Rogers, push back and start at your discretion.
9. 12.
Okay, now with fuel flowing, that should work better for us. We'll see. What happened? We got nothing? Alright, let's verify. Do we have fuel pressure? No, because we somehow bumped our fuel selector. There we go, that should work. I don't know how we bumped our fuel selector down, but that is probably a good reason why we didn't get it to start.
3. 6.
Third time's a charm.
9. 12.
Hey, there we go. Haven't really been monitoring the RPMs here. The 4 needs to come up a little bit. Everybody else is fine. Whoops. Whoops, did that in the wrong order. We'll see if it takes it. Yeah, it did it anyway. Not really how you're supposed to do that. It's supposed to do the primer and then the boost on the 12 call. But it all worked. It let me get away with it. Alright, with the generators all on, I'm going to get windshield anti-icing here. Rocking and rolling. See how long that takes to do. We're going to be really careful, by the way. That we've de-iced our prop and wing and tail surfaces as well. We're going to need to be very careful when we set our takeoff power that we actually get full takeoff power, so that we don't have a repeat of the last time we flew the DC-6 up in Canada.
Hotel Juliet, Roger, taxi 8 per your discretion, Delta cross 23 kilo.
Alright, well, let's see how long it takes for the windshield to thaw out. But anyway, up top, we can get the inverters on. Let's start getting some cockpit lighting in here. Cockpit lights up there. No. No, nothing up there. Okay. Okay, anyway, we got the inverters on. Let's get our transponder on. And that should be in altitude mode. We'll get the DME on.
Charlie, Hotel Juliet.
Our radio's all back on, even though we've been hearing it the whole time. Man, we are iced over, man. That's going to be fun.
WestJet 671.
WestJet 671 Halifax.
Was wondering about some clarification about my flight plan amendment. Following Durdo, is the rest of my flight plan okay?
WestJet 671 following Durdo is just direct step by the flight to star.
Hang on. Maybe we might still be shaking some ice off of these props. That's why we're running a little bit hotter than we're used to here. Okay, RPMs are now pretty steady at 100.
WestJet 671. After Durdo is just direct to Toronto.
Direct to Toronto after Durdo, WestJet 671. Thanks.
Let's get everything turned up here in terms of the heat.
And Tower Hello, Citation 709 Charlie Alpha. We got disconnected there for a second. We just rejoined. We're short of Alpha for taxi.
Charlie, Hotel Juliet. Wind 35011, clear for takeoff, runway 32.
Roger, Charlie Hotel Juliet, clear for the takeoff, runway 32.
November 709 Foxtrot Lima, runway 32, wind
Pump everything up.
3011, altimeter 3013, taxi 8 point your discretion. Alpha Delta cross 23, kilo, hold short runway 32.
Alpha Delta cross 23, kilo, and...
Man, this is going to be dicey, guys. This second flight might be a short one. Well, we did say the wheels up time anticipated to be the bottom of the hour. I'm just not ready to taxi yet. Yeah, I gotta get the scraper out, right? Indeed.
And Tower 10, 9 Fox Lima, get the altimeter one more time.
November 709 Foxtrot Lima, altimeter 3013.
That's fire suppression there, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I just don't know that. I don't know these anti-icing systems as well as I probably should. And man, this is gonna come back and bite me today, huh? Normally when we've gotten this switch on, cleared up fairly quickly, but man, we're iced over like you wouldn't believe here.
Charlie, Hotel, Juliet, station.
Windshield heat and radom anti-icing defogging. From 10 to 0, we're on that. From 0 to negative 40, which we definitely are. We're last stall is minus 10. And this is anti-icing and radom. I'm not talking about the radom right now. I just want to see. Anti-icing fluid is empty. Well, we'll do that too.
Halifax Tower, WestJet 671, ready.
Not sure what. I don't really know enough about these systems, but man, we're.
WestJet 671.
Is it getting any better or no? I don't think it is.
Hotel, hold for only list for.
I mean, we can go in the maintenance manager and yeah, top up the anti-ice fluid.
Then hotel and hold short runway 14. WestJet 671.
We don't happen to have any instant instant de-icing, do we?
November 709 Foxtrot Lima, Halifax wind 350, 11 gusts and 16, airborne contact Halifax departure, 119.2, clear for takeoff, runway 32.
Alright, quick takeoff 32 on departure, we'll contact Halifax departure on 19.2. Have a great night, see you later.
Halifax Tower, Charlie Hotel, Juliet, do you have my clearance?
Charlie Hotel, Juliet, contact you're far away, I don't have to give you a clearance. Contact Halifax terminal 119.2.
Roger, contact Halifax terminal, sorry, have a good night.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's just let it sit here and thaw out for another 5 minutes. And I turned that sucker on as soon as we had generator power.
Halifax Tower, Halifax wind 35012, altimeter 3013, number 1.
Roger, 5996.
So I did refill the anti-icing fluid, and that's more for the propellers, I believe. Propellers and maybe the wings. I mean, the only other thing I can think to do is let's turn off live weather. There's a massive cheat right here. Alright, and then let's turn back on live weather. So at least that has de-iced us for now, and then hopefully with the systems on, we'll stay de-iced at least until we depart.
671 is holding short of runway 14
Alright, yeah.
hotel.
I hate to cheat, but
I
don't want to cancel the rest of the stream.
Holding short, WestJet 671.
Alright, let's get
1596. Did we get a landing clearance, or are we still waiting on that?
Through 1596, yep, wind 350.
November 3013 is now the ATIS, the altimeter setting.
Thank you.
We'll bump it up one there. Bump it up one there. Let's do the control lock off. Flaps 20. Control checks. Alright.
Halifax Tower today, or can I imagine the heavy setting up on the local level for runway 32?
Aircan 978, the Halifax Tower, it looks like you're 1 mile to the east of the final approach course. Just verify you're actually on the final approach course.
Yeah, we wait a little, but we're getting back on track here for Aircan 978.
Aircan 978, roger, reduce final approach speed, the wind 35011, altimeter 3013, number 2.
Alright, that's 3013, and I'll put you on the speed, or, sorry, final approach is either kind of 978.
Tower Northeast 514, sorry for the delay, we're ready to taxi with information in November.
Northeast 514, Halifax Tower, wind 35011, altimeter 3013. Taxi apron, your discretion. Delta, cross runway 23, Kilo, hold short runway 32.
Alright, our discretion, Delta, cross 23, and to runway 32, east for 514. Northeast for 514. Alright, brake check. Brakes are good. Headed southbound-ish, and then we'll make a left onto Delta. Cross runway 23. And we're supposed to be airborne just about now, but we're not going to be too bad.
Cruise 1596, welcome to Halifax, left November to the apron. Have a good day.
Left November to the apron, thanks for the service. We'll see you. Merry Christmas, Rouge 1596.
Happy holidays.
19.2 is going to be our frequency. That's on our COM1 radio. I'm also just going to put it up here, 19.2. A little easier to switch over.
Aircan 978, wind 35015, third land, runway 32.
Okay, it looks like we're going to be number one when we get up there. Alright, cabin crew alerted. Comm radio set. Departure procedures reviewed. Yeah, it's basically straight to 5,000. Engine parameters are all normal.
Air Canada 978, expect to roll all the way down the runway.
All the way down.
Go ahead and get the strobes and landing lights active now, because they're a little funky in this aircraft. Set the cow flaps to 4.
Northeast 514, line up and wait, runway 32.
Runway 32, line up and wait, northeast 514. Yeah, so we got the lights active already, which we ordinarily would do the strobes as you enter the runway, and the landing lights as you get the takeoff clearance. But we got them all active now, just to be ahead of the game. You know, it's not really proper, but done. We have 4 takeoff power settings. We're going to set 30, verify 2200, and remember, in order to make sure that we've got no ice on the props, we've got to make doubly sure that the RPMs go to where they're supposed to. We're going to set 30, we're going to verify 2200. We're going to set takeoff power 53, we're going to verify 2800. That's the critical one. As soon as we get airborne, we go to 48 and 26. And then as soon as we get to 165, we go to 40 and 24. This runway heading 323 to 5,000.
Air Canada 978, left on November, taxi November today, Brent. Have a good day.
November the 8th for an Air Canada 978.
Northeast 514, Halifax, wind 35015, traffic vacating. Airborne, contact Halifax departure, 11 Gander, decimal 2, clear for takeoff, runway 32.
Clear for takeoff, 32, 19-2 departure. We see the traffic vacating. Northeastern 514. See it. Alright, set 30. Verify 2200. Set 53. Verify 2800. And 2750. Okay, I think the power's normal. Alright. Gear coming up. Yeah, we made it up to 120, so I think our power's normal.
Air Canada 1384, Halifax Tower.
We'll bring it to 48.
25013 goes to 19, altimeter 3013, number 1.
26.
Copy the weather, runway number 1, Air Canada 74.
And then we'll switch over to 19.2.
Clear on that. Zulu 32 approach. That's 24.
Halifax departure east northeastern 514 is 1,300. Go to 5,000.
Northeastern 514 identified. Proceed direct task. Climb 230.
Direct IGTAS, and which was the altitude?
230.
230 direct IGTAS, northeastern 514.
Altitude 4 speed 170 or less to 5 mile final. Contact tower 1184. Bye bye.
Turn to the northeast. IGTAS is going to be about a 050 or thereabouts. And should we have one more knock flaps in? Yes.
Contact Moncton 1322.
1322 from Moncton, northeastern 514. Keep forgetting who I am. Tell you what. 1322.
Just
roll out
stuck with the planning the RNAV.
on that heading for now.
Cat Force 3955, I'm really sorry that you're stuck with the best one in town. Check the RNAV Zulu.
48 and 26 still.
Only the best.
Only the best. And for you, Cat Force 3955, via direct MBAX, cleared RNAV Zulu 32 approach.
Via direct back cleared RNAV Zulu runway 32 for Cat Force 3955.
Alright, 165, flaps can come in. Back it off to 40.
Mountain Center Camper 14 Echo Mike, we are unable to...
and 24.
14 Echo Mike, Roger, maybe you're getting a little bit close to the boundary. It's not an issue. I don't have a controller logged in at the moment, but that information that you have is there. The other thing for you is next time make sure you file if you're crossing the North Atlantic, file a cell call code and log in with
flight
that
plan,
cell call code when you
push the cursor,
when you connect to
direct to IGTAS, enter activate.
United DC-663, contact the Boston Center 1347.
Okay, and we need to turn right here.
Thanks for happy holidays, the United DC-663. Merry Christmas.
Sorry, our track is a 09 or 2.
Nolinor 15 Charlie. Nolinor 15 Charlie. Surveillance is terminated. Change en route frequency. Bye-bye.
Forward to advisory, Nolinor 15 Charlie. Thank you very much for the great work tonight and happy holidays.
Joyeux Noël, mon ami.
Okay. So, still hand flying it. Just trying to get the needle back in the center here. Moncton Center, northeastern 514 is 4,300. We need a reminder on our assigned altitude.
Actually, you're currently assigned to flight level 230, but what is your requested 190, is it?
Yeah, it's affirmative, 190.
Northeast, New England 514, climb flight level 190 and proceed on course.
Hi, 190, proceed on course, and yeah, we're not, we are vintage. We're in northeastern 514, thanks.
Oh, you are northeastern, okay, that's, I'm showing New England in your decode.
Yeah, I know, it's the same code. Northeastern doesn't use it anymore, obviously, so.
I just realized you're a DC-6. Okie dokie. So you are, so present heading intercept Tango 692 on course.
Okay, we were given direct IGTAS, and that works for us if that works for you.
Yep, didn't know quite what you had in terms of equipage. DC-6s are hard to gauge.
Yeah, we threw a Garmin in it just to be lazy.
There you go.
And Center Citation 709 Fox, back with you.
Hi, Fox Lima, thank you.
Not doing very well on that direct IGTAS, but we're getting there. Alright, let's get the manifold pressure back up to 40. Temps are at 24. I'm sorry. RPMs are 24. Temps are at 200. And let's get the plane pointed back to IGTAS.
Moncton Center, good evening. You're identified.
And then as soon as we can, get it trimmed out. Nice stable climb. We'll get the autopilot on. And we'll get the tracking going automatically. We're pretty good in terms of 165 here. Alright, let's do this. Autopilot. Oh, I gotta get the tracking mode off. Now let's try that again. Autopilot on and clutched. Let's pitch the wheel down just ever so slightly. Let's keep 40, 24, and 200, and 165 in the climb. And then let's just do a gentle left turn to try and re-intercept that line. We're not doing too bad on that.
Descent 4,000.
Descent 4,000, 95262.
Matter of fact, we can actually just come up here. No, never mind, it's coming right in for us. So instead of tampering with the path anymore, we'll just go ahead and intercept that path and we're good to go. Good fixins. How's the old gal holding up tonight? Well, I did have to cheat in one regard. I did have to cheat in one regard, and that is when we were sitting on the ramp at Halifax. It iced over so badly that once I got the engine started up and I got the... Oh, by the way, I guess we can shut off all the engine anti-icing stuff now. It iced up so badly that sitting there on the ramp, I turned all this stuff on, and it just remained frozen no matter what I did. So I had to cheat the weather to de-ice the plane, and then set the weather back to live in order to get going. Other than that, everything's going okay.
Skyforce 39055, the Halifax winds are 360.
40, 24, 200, climbing at 165. And we are coming up on 8,000, going all the way up to 1 net is 0. So everything's good. We got it sorted out. Yeah. Did that not work? There we go. I got you.
United 5262, we are clear to Halifax Airport.
My DC-6 became an IC-6.
32 approach, MBAX transition.
Well, speaking of which...
Cleared by RNAV 32, and back transition.
And we got 40,
Canadian Regional 7986, you are
40, 24, 200, and we are pitched to climb at 165, so everything's good there. Speaking of which, by the way, we've got our slant artwork adventure going on tonight. And guys, fairly new activity for the channel. We did this a while ago, but we've just resurrected the slant artwork adventure. So the Twitch channel points at the bottom of the chat panel, represented by our alphabet serial icon, our alphabet's points. You got the button next to that button next to that you can, well, A, it tells you how many you have. B, if you click on it, it allows you to cash in $500 points, rather, to get in on our slant artwork adventures. So tonight's, we'll recap. We started with an image that represents what's going on in the stream. We got the DC-6 parked at the Halifax airport. We then modified it as follows. We added a layer of snow. We said we want the image to be representative of the cold Canadian winter. We then added a pair of Canadian geese as the captain and first officer of that aircraft. We then added Tim Hortons branding on the terminal. Tim Hortons has taken over and rebranded the Halifax terminal. We then have a massive quantity of Timbits spilling out of the aircraft. And then finally, we have an impromptu curling match, which is broken out on the ramp in front of the aircraft. If you want to add something to that, cash in 500 of those channel points. And let me know, once I call your name, let me know what you'd like to do to modify that image. So anyway, yeah, so good fixes. Yeah, other than getting completely iced over on the ramp, we are good to go. Aviator's back with us. Neat busting out the DC-6. It's going well, man, except for that issue where I said we iced over completely on the ramp, and then no matter what anti-icing systems I ran, it just seems like the plane was just a solid block of ice. We've got that sorted out now. We got all the systems now turned back off, and we seem to be okay. Nothing's accumulating on the windshield at this point, so hopefully we are good to go. We are through 10,000. Let's take a quick peek. By the way, I can shut off and retract the landing lights, but let's take a quick peek at the pressurization. So the differential pressure is still within normal limits, cabin altitude climbing at a normal rate, and should be sitting at about 7,500 by the time we get up there, but it's just coming up on 1,000. Now this plane doesn't start to pressurize until you get through 10,000, really. So yeah, we saved ourselves from being a popsicle. I had to cheat the weather. Turned it to 140 degree Fahrenheit day for just a moment, just to ice off the plane, de-ice the plane, and then put it back on live weather. So we should be back on live weather now, and then and the anti-icing systems kept up after that, so all good. All right, so we're losing a little bit of airspeed. I do need to keep the manifold pressure up at 40.
892, descend 6,000.
6,000, looking at 892.
So 40, 24, 200 on the cylinder head temps, and getting that manifold pressure back up there should get our speed back to 165. So we're good there. We're climbing through 11th Propsicle. You guys are on fire tonight. You know, the one you missed before you popped in, Aviator, was that they went from a DC-6 to an IC-6. Guys are on fire tonight.
Conforce 3955, taxi apron, your discretion.
Apron discretion, Merry Christmas. Thanks for the DC tonight.
Merry Christmas, thanks for partaking in Moncton Monday.
And by the way, our curling match, I started to talk earlier about curling. So curling is fantastic. I love curling so much. We're coming up on the Winter Olympics. This is the 3 weeks every 4 years that curling becomes my obsession. I've already put with my coworkers. I took the job that I presently have now just under 4 years ago. It was April of 2022 when I took the job. So they had already missed the whole fervor of the Winter Olympics last time. So my colleagues now don't yet know, have not yet experienced how rampantly obsessed I become with curling for 3 weeks every 4 years. And it's so funny. And everyone always tells me, oh, well, you know that they do televise curling at other times. And even when I lived in the DC area, there was like, there is a curling club locally here. No. None of that matters. I am obsessed with curling 3 weeks a year, every 4 years. Period. I spend the first 2 days watching Olympic curling just remembering the rules. And then I'm obsessed with it for the remainder of the time, and I love it, and it's fantastic, and I can't get enough of it, and then the Olympics are over, and I forget all about it.
United 2562, say the indicated airspeed.
That's 5262.
We gotta watch the Jamaican bobsled team? Yeah, I mean, that's a bit of a meme at this point, right?
Can you pick it up to 180?
Sure, 180 has 262.
Some cool runnings going on right there, man.
7986, reduce speed 190 knots or less.
We're coming through 13,000, getting to the point where, as I continually have to nudge the throttles more and more forward. They won the North American Cup. Oh, wow. Okay. I mean, that's awesome, but it is still a meme, right?
86, your traffic 10 o'clock position, 8.4 miles, 737, just about to turn onto the approach. Would you like a visual behind him?
Anyway, so as we continue climbing, but it can keep continually nudging the throttles more and more forward in order to keep 40 in the manifold pressure. Well, we're getting to the point where we're running out of room. We don't have any more travel in those throttles forward. So what we're going to do here real quick, we're going to pull the inner ones down to 28. And then we're literally just going to kick those into high gear.
Boston Walker 1589 for the taxi.
Alright, and then magically back up to 40. Now look how much more room I've got to push those forward to get that 40. Alright, well now that we've done that with the inners, let's do the same thing with the outers. Bring them down to 28.
Taxi, runway 34, your discretion, line up and call ready.
Taxi,
and then let's fire those up in the high gear also.
Call ready, Walker 1589.
Alright, now we're back up to 40 and...
5262, I want you to maintain 180 knots or better until...
Back up to 40 and we still now have room to keep advancing those throttles as we continue climbing. You know, what's happening is the higher we go, the less dense the air gets, so the more you got to open up those throttles in order to get that same pressure. But you get to a point where you can push no further, and that's when you switch from the low gear superchargers to the high gear superchargers, and then you can pull the throttles back to about the halfway point, and you still can push them forward and keep that 40 going. Now, in the meantime, doing the little switch over, we did lose a couple of knots, so I'm going to pitch the nose down just a little bit. Plus, the higher you go, the more your climb performance is going to degrade anyway. So we probably should be ever so gently edging the nose down, but mostly we lost that speed as we were reducing power in order to kick from low to high. So now that we've got the 165 back, we can maybe pitch up a little bit again.
Turn at MBAX and join the final there, so I'm going to vector you in behind. Expect direct vocal shortly, descend 3000.
Oh, sorry, okay, 10,000, then that's 62.
Alright, back up to 40. So 40, 24, 200, and 165 in the climb. Everything's going swimmingly. We're going another 4,000 feet yet. But yeah, no, I get completely obsessed with curling. Every 4 years, for 3 weeks, every 4 years, I get completely obsessed with curling. And then after the Olympics are over, I'm like, I'm good. Yeah, I've had my dose of curling. I'm good for another 4 years. Everyone's like, oh, you know, curling's coming on the qualifying match. No. It's not Olympic curling. I appreciate it, but I don't have time for it.
Regional 7986, what kind of speed do you do on final with that thing?
About 140. I can do 160 or 170 up to about final first.
Regional 7986, maintain speed 170 knots or greater until 4 miles final.
170 or greater. 4 miles, Regional 786.
Alright, so...
Regional 7986, that previous traffic you were following just ended up going past MBAX there, so I'm going to turn him in behind you.
Okay, Regional 786.
So 40, 24, 200, and 165.
The speed 170 knots or less.
Left direct vocal speed of 170 or less, United 5262.
United 5262, via direct vocal, you're cleared on at Zulu 32 approach.
Cleared 32 approach via vocal.
Sounds like you had a couple aircraft in a row that did the same thing there. Miraculously, I actually followed that approach properly.
Walker 1589, 2,300 for 5,000.
Walker 1589, there you are. Proceed on course, flying flight level 380.
Keep it at 40, 24, temps are 200, 165 in the climb.
Aircon at 866, Moncton.
Yeah, so hilariously, our direct IGTAS that I hand flew a direct IGTAS. It didn't quite work out. I think at this point you can see, I was like, oh yeah, let's just get the autopilot involved.
Try no other. Walker 1589, when you get a chance, squawk 3104.
We're showing 3104. I'm not sure what you're seeing.
I don't know either, but it's not 3104.
40, 24, 200, and 165 in the climb, slipping just a little bit, so we'll just drop the nose 1 or 2 notches here. Coming up on 18,000, so as we pass through that, we're going to spin this down to 2992. All of a sudden, it feels like we've lost our progress. 1,000 to go, by the way. Alright, there we go. Set to standard, so we should be coming through 18,000. Mark 3, 2, 1, now, and yeah, I'm pretty good on that.
In about 30 minutes? In the next 30 minutes?
I'm going to be closing as soon as I give you a clearance.
I'll roger.
Alright, so there's
40,
24,
Yep, that worked out just fine.
I'm sorry. Yeah, 40, 24, 200, and pitch to 165. And we're 600 feet to go. We're going to level at 19.
892, descend 4,000. Descend 4,000. Got 892.
And, level at 19, continue trucking along.
Okay, 892, speed 210 knots or less.
Speed 210 knots, second 892.
Alright, let's start bringing the nose down just via the gyro pilot pitch wheel. Just kind of neutralize the climb rate, keep it at 19 as best as we can. Let the speed pick up, and then once the speed picks up, we will, oops, I don't mean to, I'm not trying to pick up speed by nosediving the aircraft. We were in a turn right there too, so that's gonna, let's restabilize now that we've got that sorted out. No top to SASUG, okay, good. Alright, so we're gonna keep it in climb power until the speed starts to come up to where we're expecting it to be. It should settle in about 190 or so indicated up at this height. We're really getting about 240 true airspeed, but it'll show 190 on the gauge because of the less dense air. Got the follow there moments ago from Obitus 3ND. 3rd, second, third. I'm not sure how you want me to say that, but we'll just call you Obitus. And thank you very kindly for the follow. Appreciate it. Okay, yeah, we're doing good in terms of the speed now. Let's get the manifold pressure down to 34. Blades down to 22. Oh, but it's end. Okay. It looks like a typo, like you meant to say second or third, and it didn't quite work out. But I'll tell you what, don't take that personally, because I am notorious on this channel for butchering two things: Native American place names and Twitch usernames. So really, you're just my latest victim, and I apologize for that. Alright, so 34.22. Let's kick from auto rich to auto lean. And then we should see the BMEPs level off right at 150 if we've done it right. And we can kind of fine-tune just to get it there.
And taxi apron your discretion.
Numbers substituted as letters is an odd thing, that's fair. It is, except not in Twitch usernames. I should have caught on that's what you were doing there. That one's on me.
United 2562, the Halifax winds are 360.
That one's on me. I'll take the blame for that one. No, all good, man. All good. I appreciate the understanding of my obliviousness. I'm marginally better at flying the plane than I am at reading Twitch usernames. Marginally, so. Good to have you aboard, though. Appreciate you being here.
Delay 6, cleared Halifax Airport, RNAV Zulu 32 approach, MBAX transition.
So at this point, all I'm really doing is just making fine-tune adjustments to the pitch wheel to try and get the climb rate as close to 0 as possible. It's not going to be perfect. We get it nice and close. Just like really one notch at a time.
Delta 86 would like to better.
And we get to the point where we're as trimmed out as we can possibly be here. Then we can go down and we can engage the altitude hold. If you've got it nice and trimmed out when you engage the hold, it should be pretty steady, and it looks like it worked out pretty well for us. If you don't really stabilize it first, then as soon as you kick on that altitude hold, it's going to like radically pitch up or down, and it's going to gain like 100 feet from where you had it, show it. But if you take the extra moment, get it nice and stable, just based on, you know, neutralizing the oscillations and just let it settle in, and then you kick that on, it normally does okay. And we're indicating what, about 190 to 195 here, but we should be getting about 240 across the ground if all is going well. We're not hitting a massive headwind, and we're actually getting 268, so we must be getting a bit of a tailwind, a little bit of a push up here, so that's good. Alright, moving right along. And did we indeed get the weather set back to live? I hope that we did. Yeah, we did. Alright, I had to cheat. We got so badly iced over on the ramp at Halifax that even running the anti-icing once we got the engine started, it was just a solid block of ice. So obviously in the real world on the ramp they would have sprayed you down. We didn't have any kind of, I don't have GSX or anything like that, so my only recourse was to make it a 140-degree day in Halifax for about 2 or 3 minutes, let the plane thaw, and then stick back in the real weather. And at that point, the anti-icing systems up here were able to keep up, and we got airborne without any icing concerns. Now we're all good. Since we're at cruise, the other thing we can do, 2 things. Number 1, let's check on our pressurization. So yeah, 190, cabin altitude should be sitting about 7,500, and it is. Differential pressure well within limits. Cabin altitude no longer climbing. We can hop up top and turn our seatbelt signs off, and we can give our cabin a little bit of an update here. Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We have reached our cruise altitude of 19,000 feet. We turned off the fasten seatbelt signs. The cabin crew is going to come around with a fine selection of Red Bull products and lobster tarts and, lobster rolls and butter tarts. I had it there for a second, but yeah, lobster rolls and butter tarts, the cuisine of the day. We'll update you on the weather situation up in Gander when we get a little closer and we're getting ready to start our descent. But for now, sit back, relax, and enjoy flying along with us on Northeastern Airlines Flight 514 service to Gander. Speaking of Canadian cuisine, and guys, if you're new to the channel, or if you haven't been to the channel a little bit, we have a, I would say, a relatively new activity on the channel. We've kind of resurrected this from 1.5 years or so ago when we tried it once. Worked okay, but I think I've got it working better now. We call it Slant Artwork Adventures. At the beginning of the stream, we feed a 1-sentence line into ChatGPT to have it make an image that represents what we're doing tonight. Thereafter, anybody who wants to get in on the fun, you got those Twitch channel points at the bottom of the chat panel. We lovingly refer to them as alphabets here. You've got the alphabet serial icon that represents those. Next to that's a button that tells you how many you have. And if you have 500 or more, you can click on that button, cash in 500, get in on the queue to modify our Slant Artwork Adventure. And what happens is we start with a relatively benign image that represents the stream. And then you guys, bit by bit, you can add a few words or a sentence, just adding one piece at a time just to make it just a little bit more your own. And as the stream goes on, it just builds and builds and builds, and it gets usually more absurd as you go. So here's tonight's, okay? Here's tonight's recap. We started very simply with the DC-6 parked on the ramp at Halifax Airport. we said it should be representative of a cold Canadian winter day. So that's how it modified it in step 2. In step 3, we said, well, obviously, the captain and first officer of this thing should be Canadian geese. So there's that modification. Then we said, well, obviously, Halifax Airport would have been taken over and completely rebranded at some point as a Tim Hortons. So there you go. That was the next step. We said, well, if the airport is now being operated by Tim Hortons, we're probably bringing a load of Timbits that have overflowed and spilled all over the ramp. And finally, we said, well, with the Winter Olympics coming up and with my obsession, my 4-year obsession, 3 weeks every 4 years of curling, we said, well, you know, on the ramp, probably an impromptu curling match would have just broken out on the ramp. Whoops. So, yeah. Hold on. Let's go back to that. Yeah, so that's where we went from that one, and then we had that curling match that just impromptu broke out on the ramp for no reason. So that's where we stand now. That's where we stand now. And again, if you want to get in on that, you want to add to or modify that image description, go ahead and redeem those 500 points via the bottom of that chat panel, and then let me know what you'd like to do. In the meantime, and I do think, by the way, our air traffic control was scheduled to be on until 8 minutes ago, so anybody that's still on is kind of giving us some bonus time. I have a feeling.
Actually, taxi into the apron, your discretion.
I have a feeling we're about to lose our VATSIM air traffic control here for the evening. These couple of slightly longer flights than I normally do on the stream, but they've been fun, so I'm glad. And of course, it's a holiday week. I don't have too much going on at work. I'm reporting at normal time. I'll drag myself in there at normal time in the morning. It's all good.
Okay, 92 exit left.
Fortunately, like I said, there's not much going on, so if I doze off at the desk, it won't be that detrimental. Anyway, let's take a moment, since we've got some time. Let's start hypothesizing what our arrival is going to look like. And we can unpin the ramp map, we can unpin the taxi map, we can unpin the departure. We've got the airport map here at Gander. We currently don't have an ATIS information at Gander. I wonder if we can just pull a METAR observation there. CYHZ-CYQX.
Well, aircraft Moncton Center is going offline. Have a nice evening. Happy holidays, and we'll see you next time.
Happy holidays. Thank you. Happy holidays. Happy holidays. See you.
Alright, everyone's going to say happy holidays. I don't feel like I need to. I'll just do a nice little double click there. Anyway, so 300 at 7 statute mile visibility, light snow, broken layer at 3,600, overcast at 51, 2973. Alright, so a couple of things here. 2973, I'm going to go ahead and put that in the first officer side of the altimeter gauge just to get ahead of the game. Ordinarily, you know, when you had a more modern airliner, of course a very modern airliner, you got that, you know, you could pre-arm the local setting right there in your, you got that electronic version of the altimeter. You just pre-arm it and then swap it over when the timing is right. In a more vintage airliner where you have maybe a captain's side, a first officer side, and then you have like a backup one somewhere, you know, oftentimes what I'll do is I'll set the backup one for whatever the local is at our destination, just as a ballpark setting. And of course it might change, you know, between that time, but at least then you have some sort of ballpark setting as to what is going to be that you can kind of refer back to without having to go find that little paperwork where you jotted it down and can't even read your handwriting anyway. So here, though, since we only have the two altimeters, we got mine and we got the first officer's, I'm just going to go ahead and set the first officer's now to 2973. And again, it'll adjust slightly, maybe, by the time we get there. But at least it'll be in the ballpark. Oh my goodness, we got the rate coming in from the jump seats. Sim, Moose, thank you guys. Continued support of the channel. Appreciate it so much. Good to see you. Good to hear from you. Happy holidays to both of you. Merry Christmas. Got a little bit of a longer flight going tonight, so I've got a little bit of flying left to do. Merry Moose-miss, right. Indeed. Moose, there should be... There should be an automatic greeting that comes on for you, I swear. Did I misspell that? No, I don't know why your sound didn't work. Does it work if I do this?
Think, darling, think. There must be something really rotten we can do today.
I'm thinking, but the worst I come up with is helping to make Moose and Squirtle show 1 hour longer.
So why didn't that work when you spoke? I have no idea. I feel like I must have spelled it wrong. I'm looking at it. It looks fine. Enable true. Volume 100. Alright, well here's the message it was supposed to have put in there. Alright, I'll look into that. I don't know why that didn't work, Moose, but there you go. Eric Flight's here too. Wow. And the raids from all over. Well, Sim, Moose, Eric, thank you for the continued support of the channel. Of course, Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to all of you. And, yeah, so we are heading up to Gander. We were participating in Moncton Monday in our DC-6 Northeastern. I don't know. I've been calling myself a different thing every time, I think. I've been Northeast, I've been Northeastern, I've been New England's. Controller's been calling me that, because I guess that's who uses the code now. Northeastern, yeah, I know that's one we haven't heard. Sim Caesar with the resub, and Sim here as well. Thank you very kindly. Uh-oh. Now, his automatic sound isn't going to trigger tonight either. Stupid console. Alright, anyway. Alright, friends. Well, our very good friends Mustafa and Sim Caesar. And...
The little rascal has...
Oh, there you go. There's Sims.
As was it? Spirit? Yes, he did, sir.
So Sims works.
Hello. Spirit, sir.
Eric, you gave me a sound on your channel? Okay.
Oh,
I'll have to reciprocate. I'll have to reciprocate. Anyway, no, thank you guys. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, these guys do. So what happens is I don't have the shout out command. I don't do the shout out. But I do have automatic shout outs that happen when, you know, other streamers come into the chat. So I need to make one for you, Eric, and I'll have to find a sound to go with it. Anyway. Since you all made it over here, I'll recap real quick. I know I was just talking about this moments ago. So for those of you who were here before the raids, I apologize. I'm going to repeat all of it. But for those of you who are either new to the channel or haven't been at the channel in a while, you know, we used to have this raffle drawing that you enter with the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points. We've changed it up recently. We tried this once before, but this time it's working out a lot better. We changed it up recently. We've got a brand new activity called Slant Artwork Adventures. Slant Artwork Adventures. Alright, and if you want to get in on it, at the bottom of the chat panel, you've got the alphabet serial icon that represents our Twitch channel points, aka alphabets. You got the button next to that that gives you the option to cash those in. The option you want to look for is the one option for 500 points that allows you to make a Slant Artwork Adventure request. Here's how the game works, guys. At the beginning of the stream, we come up with an image. We submit this description into ChatGPT to create an image representative of whatever we're doing tonight. So tonight we started with a DC-6 parked at the ramp at Halifax Airport. Each time one of you submits a request through the redemption of the channel points, you get the opportunity to add to that description or modify that description. Not a paragraph at a time, a few words, maybe a sentence. Add something to tonight's image. So here's where we started. We said Halifax Airport DC-6. The first modification, we made it a nice cold Canadian winter day. So that was modification number 1. Modification number 2. Hold on, Eric. I got it. We've done some stuff since we started, so wait until we get caught up. Modification number 2 is we made some Canadian geese as the captain and first officer of the aircraft. Now you can still change it if you want, but again, like I said, hear me out so that you are at least working off the most current one. So we got Canadian geese that are the captain and first officer of this aircraft. All right. Then we decided that Tim Hortons had taken over the Halifax Airport and rebranded it as a Tim Hortons. Right? Then we said, well, hey, if Tim Hortons is operating this airport, then obviously what we brought to the airport was a massive load of Timbits that has now spilled over out of the aircraft all over the ramp. Right? And then we said, by the way, the Winter Olympics are coming up, so for whatever reason, an impromptu curling match broke out on the ramp area in front of all this. So that's what we've got going on. Now that you got that, Eric, and I don't know if you put in the, you did put in a request. So now that you got that, we need to add some hockey. All right, we'll add some hockey. Give me just a moment, Eric. We'll add some hockey. All right, well, let's chat. Well, hold on. Let me... We have another raid coming in. Oh, my goodness. All right, Eric, I got it chewing on that. Holy, we got Splasher 6 hitting us with the raid. Thank you very kindly for that. Ron Dog ATC is here. Smitty FPV is here. We're doing middle school Christmas carols. Fluxtrot's with us. Lieutenant Bob 83 is with us. Love it, guys. Love it, guys. Thank you very kindly. Appreciate that. Appreciate the raid. Appreciate the raid. And since we got another raid coming over, you guys that came over before the jump seat, this is going to be like the 3rd time in succession. Karaoke-ing you back. Very cool, guys. Very cool. Yes, indeed. Well, again, since you guys are brand new, and the folks that came over from the folks that were here prior to the jump seat raid, yeah, you're going to have to hear me go through this thing one more time because we got a pretty new channel activity that you guys coming over with Splasher's raid you're going to want to hear about. So we got this activity going on called Slant Artwork Adventures. Now, if you're brand new to the channel, you won't be able to participate tonight probably. because what it takes is 500 Twitch channel points. So hang out with us for a little bit. You start building up those channel points. You get to the point where you got 500 of them. Hold on to them because you're going to want to cash those in and get in on this goofy fun. And it is exactly goofy fun. All right. Here's what we do. At the beginning of the stream, I feed a one-line description into ChatGPT to make an image that represents what we're up to tonight. Okay. We look at that image. We go, oh, that's very cool. Pretty image. Anytime someone cashes in 500 of those Twitch channel points, alphabets points, they get in a queue, and when it's their turn, I'll say, what do you want to do to either add to that description or modify that description? We throw that back into ChatGPT and see what happens. Every time we do it, it just gets sillier and sillier as the night goes on. I'm not even running the mix Richard Peak tonight. This is straight up. Running lean tonight, but the image just every time we do this, it just gets goofier and goofier. All right, here's what we got so far. Hold on, man. We just added something to it. Let me see how that worked out. Okay, all right. All right, so here's where we started tonight. We started very simply with a DC-6 parked on the ramp at Halifax Airport. Okay. The first modification we made was, well, we got to make this representative of a nice, cold, snowy Canadian winter day. So that was the first modification. The second modification was that we figured that the captain and the first officer of this aircraft obviously have to be Canadian geese. After that, we said, well, you know what? Obviously, the whole Halifax Airport at some point is going to be taken over and rebranded as a Tim Hortons. We then said, well, clearly, if this is not an airport but it's a Tim Hortons, then this DC-6 is overflowing with Timbits. We then said, well, all this is going on the ramp and the Winter Olympics are about to happen, so you know what's going to break out on the ramp just spontaneously is an impromptu curling match. And then finally, the most recent modification was, obviously if curling is going to break out, so is hockey. So there you go. There's our slant artwork adventure for the evening. If you'd like to get in on that, then go ahead and cash in 500 of those channel points, Twitch channel points, aka the alphabet points. Yeah, Jake says it's the average Canadian ramp. That's what we figured. Oh, Eric, yeah, no, at the end of the night, two things happen. Number one, all of the images get posted in my Discord. The final version definitely gets shared on our Slant Alpha Facebook and our Slant Alpha Twitter. And the final version, or what I consider the most representative version, ends up as the thumbnail when we upload this stream to YouTube later on. So, yeah, we definitely share these images around. They're fantastic. Join our Discord. Discord link's at the bottom. Well, will be at the bottom right of the channel. It's also there. So yeah, you can definitely find these images around. We've really had a lot of fun with this. I tell you what, guys, and those of you who have been with us all night, I've told the story a couple times. I apologize. I'm going to tell it again. We actually brought this activity to the channel about a year and a half ago. However, it didn't work quite as well, and there's two reasons that it didn't work quite as well. So number one is that the art generator I was using at the time was not ChatGPT, but it was something called, and I think I have the name correct. I think it was called OpenArt.ai. OpenArt.ai, I believe. I think. I hope that I'm not poo-pooing all over them and getting the name wrong. Either OpenArt.ai or whatever it was that we were using. It did an okay job interpreting these descriptions that we were feeding in, but it got to a point where you added more to it, and it didn't catch. Oh, we got another raid coming in. I guess this is what happens when I do an extra long flight. I end up being the flight sim streamer, the North American flight streamer that's on after everyone else has gone to bed.
We got one!
So I'll finish this part of the story, and then for those of you coming over from Ibanez Players Raid, yeah, man. Thank you very kindly for the raid. Thank you for the follow, Fearless Gaming. Ash, I see that you got the request in to modify the image. We'll get to that in just a moment, because I do want to now retell everybody coming over from Ibanez. I want to kind of recap what we were just talking about. So those of you who just joined, you're not going to understand what I'm saying, but you'll understand it in a minute. We got a follow from Soaring Eagle as well. Thank you very kindly. Appreciate you being here. Hope you stop back and see us. We're typically on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. Anyway, to continue the story I was just telling. We had tried this activity a year and a half ago or so. The AI art generator that I used at the time, it did okay. It wasn't great. And the problem was two things. Number one, all of the images that it created were very kind of Picasso, Tim Burton, just bizarre. They looked straight out of, Beetlejuice or Edward Scissorhands. And, you'd ask it to create a plane, and it would create a plane that looked like it was, like what a futuristic plane looked like 60 years ago. It looked like a Ralph McQuarrie concept sketch of an airplane from, 1950. More follows there. We got Connor HV. We got Danger Zone. Cool guys. Appreciate it. So, anyway, so the AI art, it did okay, but not great. It all looked very, very bizarre, like it was out of a weird nightmare. Like you know how you're walking around in a dream, and everything is weird, but you don't realize it's weird until you wake up, and you're like, well, wait a minute. That house was on stilts. I have no idea why. Anyway, so that was the art generator. I think the art generator was trained on Tim Burton movies. Well, ChatGPT is doing a much, much better job with these. Let me explain, for those of you who just joined us, what we're talking about. We have a new channel activity we've been doing for the past couple of weeks. We call it Slant Artwork Adventures, okay? We start... I gotta go back here. We start the stream with a one-sentence description of an image that we feed into ChatGPT that's just a generic description of an image that loosely represents what we're doing that evening, okay? What happens after that is, those of you watching, you have the opportunity to cash in 500 of our Alphabets points, our Twitch channel points. You cash in 500 at a time. That puts you in a queue. Jake says I'm not the only one that draws similarities between my dreams and crappy AI generation. Yeah, right? So, anyway. So you cash in 500 of the channel points. It puts you in a queue. And when it's your turn, when I yell your name, your turn to choose what you would like to add to that description or modify within that description. We throw that into ChatGPT and we see what pops out. And as the night goes on, it just gets more and more unhinged, okay? To wit, I will explain using the example from tonight. And Ash, I will come back to you for your turn in just a moment. But for everybody's benefit who just popped over here, we started with this. A DC-6 on the ramp at Halifax Airport. Okay? Easy enough, simple enough. Again, just start very plain. No pun intended. Alright? The first modification that was made was, alright, well, we needed to represent a nice, cold, snowy Canadian winter day, right? So that was the first modification. Second modification was, wait a minute, the captain and first officer of this aircraft need to be Canadian geese. After all, we're flying to Gander. What's good for the goose is good for the gander, so we got the captain and first officer that are Canadian geese. We then said, well, Halifax Airport is getting ready to rebrand. They're being taken over and rebranded as a Tim Hortons. Then we said, well, wait a minute, if it's a Tim Hortons, then obviously the cargo of what we've brought aboard this aircraft needs to be overflowing from this plane that is all Timbits. We then said, while all this is going on, because the Olympics are about to start in a few weeks, and Olympic curling is my obsession, my 3-week obsession. Every 4 years, I become totally obsessed with Olympic curling. So a curling match would have just spontaneously broken out on the ramp while all this was going on. And then most recently, we made one final modification. It says, in addition to the curling match, we've got an impromptu hockey pickup game going on. Pickup hockey game. So, so that's where it stands now. Ash, your turn. Let's go. The Quebecies have taken over the terminal selling poutine. Alright, let's see if I can work that in there. Okay. I had to kind of figure out how I was going to craft it in there. We'll see. We'll see what it comes up with. We'll see what it comes up with. We'll give it a minute to chew on that. Obviously, it's going to take a minute to generate. Anybody else wants to get in on that, you are more than welcome to. Anybody who wants to cash in 500 of our Twitch channel points, aka our Alphabets points. Alright, now, while all that's going on, believe it or not, we're flying a plane on VATSIM right now. Our VATSIM air traffic control has kind of evaporated for the evening, so we're kind of on our own. And yeah, it's a little bit of a longer flight than I normally do on the channel. So we're trucking on up here from Halifax to Gander. We're just a little bit more than halfway. Another news, the Flight Sim Expo guide is about 90% complete. That's awesome. Very cool. I'm very disappointed. And those of you who have had the opportunity to run into me at Flight Sim Expo in the past, most of you know by now, but I am not able to make it this coming June to Flight Sim Expo, which is it's a double whammy for me because my oldest lives in Minneapolis, so I was going to come out to St. Paul. I was going to come out a couple days early, hang out with them, or stay a couple days later, vice versa, whichever. So all of that is not going to happen, unfortunately. I'm not going to be able to make it out there to St. Paul for that event. I have a work event here in town, aviation-related work event, as a coincidence would have it. But I'm going to have to be working for that, and not something I can reschedule. Well beyond my power to reschedule. You would have to ask the Air Force Thunderbirds to reschedule it, and I don't think they're going to be too open to some Flight Sim live streamer asking for that. So anyway, Soaring Eagle is from Baltimore. Yeah, so I've spent pretty much almost all of my life in the suburban Baltimore region. I very, very briefly lived in eastern West Virginia a lifetime ago and a marriage ago. That did not last long, mercifully. And also spent time down in College Park in the D.C. region, but still not too far. Baltimore and D.C. pretty much the one region, if you ask me. But for a while, I was much closer to D.C. than to Baltimore, but certainly connected to both communities. Coming up on 4 years, I've been down here on... Coming up on 4 years, I've been down here on Maryland's Eastern Shore. So down here by the beach is where I'm at now. But yeah, that's me. Now, all right, first of all, all too familiar, says Soaring Eagle. I'm now up in Pennsylvania. Very cool, very cool. Now, is your username a sports reference? Because if your username is a sports reference, I'm jealous. Because as of yesterday, I no longer have a dog in the fight, doesn't seem like. If you are a Soaring Eagle in the way I believe you might be a Soaring Eagle, then you're still in it to win it. Anyway, all right. So we got one more modification. We got the poutine sales happening right in front of the airplane. With the flag flying, too. Oh, that's brilliant. There you go. All right, if you want to get in on that fun, again, it's 500 Twitch channel points, a.k.a. the Alphabets points. Cash them in there at the bottom of the chat panel. Oh, that was your CB handle when you drove. Okay, gotcha. So I'm also a CDL holder. I'm a Class B commercial driver's license holder in the people moving industry is what I'm doing. So yeah. Now don't mention Good Fixins brings up a good point. Don't mention that other Pennsylvanian NFL team. Don't. Yeah, well, if you were driving 18-wheelers, obviously you had a Class A. Don't mention the name of that team from Western Pennsylvania, because the bot literally will time you out. There's a video on my YouTube which proves this. Although the bot hasn't been working well tonight, so who knows. But yeah, don't say that name. It will time you out. Alright, anyway. You guys are caught up with the artwork request. Nobody's looking to get in on that right now. Let me take a moment, and good gracious, let's go back to what we were doing, because what we were doing was getting ready to figure out how to land this plane in Gander. You know, again, our VATSIM air traffic control has evaporated for the evening, so we're kind of just going to be on our lonesome up there. But let's take a peek again. Okay, so has it? Okay, it is now. So that was the 3 o'clock observation. Now it's the 4 o'clock observation. 310 at 6. Still 7 statute miles visibility, light snow. The broken layer seems to have broken and gone away, but we still have that overcast layer just above 5,000. 2972 is the altimeter, so I'll go move that by a notch, and then let's catch up with preparations. Again, we're still a little ways out, but I also need to take a little bit of a liquid recycling break. So Soaring Eagle used to do some moving and storage out of College Park. I don't know the name. I don't know that company by name. That might have been before I was down there. And then Jake did some dump truck driving on mountain roads. Oh my goodness, man! I'll tell you what. The scariest experience my wife and I had. We were on. We had taken a cruise. And we were on a railroad tour around the perimeter of St. Kitts, and it is the slowest moving railroad you've ever been on, man. It was a scenic railway that was like 3 times as long as it needed to be. And at one point, it's going across this path that comes down kind of a hill and crosses over the railroad tracks and then continues on to the right. And as the train is like just starting to go through the crossing, cement truck comes over, crests over the hill, and is coming down, and he realizes, oh crap, I'm going way too fast. I am not going to be able to stop this cement truck before the crossing. So he slams on his brakes and his horn hilariously, like that's going to do anything. Then decides, okay, that's not going to help, and he kind of just veers left and goes crack, crack along the side of the rock face alongside the road, and that was how he stopped. And his cab caught a jut of the rock, and it boom, brought him to an immediate stop. He steam everywhere. He gets out of the cab. He's shaken but fine, and we're all looking at him on the train like, oh, that was interesting. Glad you didn't kill us all. Thank you. Appreciate you taking one for the team there, buddy. Oh my goodness. Anyway, all right. So what did we say? We said we got 310 at 6. So wind kind of out of the north and west. And what do we have at Gander? Well, we got a runway 31. So that's kind of like perfectly aligned. It's an 8,900 foot runway 31. And yeah, so it looks like if we land on the northwestbound runway, we'll be nice and aligned with the wind, and then we'll turn off right here to the terminal. So it just seems like that's all too perfect. What do we have in terms of approaches to that runway 31? Let's take a peek. So, oh, and interestingly, oh no, this is, I'm sorry, I'm still looking at the Halifax charts. Let's, yeah, let's click that button, and let's look at approaches. Okay, there we go. Because I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Why does the chart say it's approach to runway 31? So we only have one approach to runway 31. It is, fortunately, it's an RNAV GPS, so we are able to do this with the Garmin 430. Go ahead and pin that. And coming from the south and west, it looks like our transition is going to be Irpus. It's actually going to set up almost exactly the same way our approach into Halifax set up, because we had this 90-degree leg that led out to the initial fix, and then you kind of make this dog leg left. So what's the altitude? Irpus. Doesn't really say at Irpus, but it's 2100 after Irpus to Levid. Looks like 2700, no lower than 2700 prior. But we'll say 3,000, right? We'll say just 3,000 for round figures. Irpus to Levad will be 2,100, and then Levad to Gosselin, they want you to keep the 2,100, and then not Gosselin, Gosen. So keep the 2,100, then at Gosen you can intercept final approach glide path. There's not a glide slope. I mean, your GPS might be fancy schmancy enough to provide you a virtual glide path, but there's not a glide slope beacon or anything like that. We don't have any of that. We've just got all we've got with the Garmin 430 is the lateral guidance. So the vertical guidance is just going to be just the numbers here on the chart. So once we get to this Gosen, we'll be at 2,100, and then we can just establish ourselves on a stable descent from there to the runway. Minimums in this situation 900 feet. Looks like we'll be okay to do that, because the reported bases were 5,000, so we should be well onto the bases by the time we intercept Irpus here. But anyway, tell you what I'm going to do, friends. Since we've got a little bit of time left, I'm going to take a quick break out of the cockpit for a little liquid recycling, and we're running a little bit longer flights than we normally do on a weekday. Normally, I don't usually go this late unless it's a Friday night. But I'm going to take a quick break for some liquid recycling. Grab a refill of the beverage, liquid out, liquid in, you know. And we'll be right back with you, and we will start programming the Garmin for that approach into Gander. All right, so let's get you a nice outside view. Of course, it's going to rotate around. But we'll get you a nice outside view to start with. The sun's starting to set. Oh, it's going to be so gorgeous. Look at that. Look at that, friends. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be the best approach you've ever seen. Alright, friends, we'll sit tight. We'll be back in just a few moments. Lots of flying left to do here as we make our way to Gander. We're going to take a gander at the approach in just a moment. Sit tight. Alright, friend, back with you. And yeah, you probably saw that I was in here and moving the mouse around and stuff and repositioning the camera. Needed to go through my phone real quick also, just catch up on messages, make sure any work-related stuff was not critical, so apologize for that. Appreciate your patience, and let's go ahead and hop back into the aircraft, shall we? Let us see. Now, we're still kind of up here on our own. I guess technically speaking, by the letter of the law, I should be monitoring 122.8. However, there has not been anybody around me. So, going the long way around. Whoops, so well. So, monitor 122.8, but the other thing is, Canada is one of those jurisdictions where they are using a local airport frequency as the advisories channel rather than just the generic advisories channel. So we do need to kind of see what frequency would that be. It is on the radio, Gander, arrival Gander. Assuming it's going to be Gander Tower 118.1. I wonder if the CTAF command works for Canadian airports. CTAF CYQX 118.1. Okay, had it correct. So that's good to know. And so we'll tune that into standby here. We'll get ready to flip over to that once we are established on our approach. And I don't worry too much about en route advisories because it is really rare that you're going to be in conflict with anyone.
Where am I?
But in terms of airport advisors, I give those regardless of whether there's people there or not. A, just to be in good habits. And B, just in case someone pops in, you know, I look on the VATSIM radar and there's nobody there. But they could pop in at the last minute. And I want to be in, you know, making sure that I'm giving my coordination calls so that anybody that's trying to depart the airport knows that I'm coming in. Ace Pilot Alec, how are you? Now, we're not lost. We are heading up to Gander. We're going to take a gander at the approach here in just a moment. Heading up to Gander. We started the evening by leaving from Boston, going to Halifax, Nova Scotia. It's a Moncton Monday. It was, I guess, a Moncton Monday. That's now over. But Moncton Monday, long-standing weekly event. So anytime you got a Monday night, you don't have any other events going on. Moncton FIR and VATSIM Canada is up and running for you. The longest standing weekly event in VATSIM North America. So this is what we were flying for earlier. We went Boston to Halifax, and now we're going Halifax to Gander. Now we've exceeded the end of that coverage. That 0300 Zulu that ended 54 minutes ago, and the Moncton Center controller did stay on a little late for us. What was it, about 20 after he finally called it a night? So he didn't evaporate exactly at 0300 like Cinderella, like clock striking 12 or anything like that. But yeah, well past the end of the published event now. They've long gone to bed, and we are just finishing up our flight up to Gander. We can kind of, I mean, I know I've done this recently, but just for those just joining, CYQX. It is the 0400 Zulu observation, so it hasn't changed. 310 at 6 is the wind, so 310 at 6 knots, steady. Visibility is 7 statute miles, light snow, so the visibility is slight question. Overcast layer at 5,300 feet above ground level, so we should be well below the bases by the time we intercept the approach, so we shouldn't have any issues. If the weather that we see up there is consistent with this observation, we should be okay. 7 statute miles, light snow, overcast at 5,300. Temps -6, dew points the same, altimeter's 29.72. I love flying over those airports coming back from Europe that I know I'm almost home, says Ace Pilot, right? Yeah, I've been flying in the Cross the Pond events for about 10 years, and it just occurred to me today that in northeastern Canada you've got Goose Bay and then you've got Gander. Goose, Gander. Goose, Gander. I just put 2 and 2 together on that today. Go figure. Anyway, all right, so we said, all right, if we're landing on runway, if wind is 310, what runways do we have available at Gander? Well, as it turns out, we've got a runway 31, so that's going to be winds right down the center line, even though it's not that strong a wind. It's going to be right down the center line for an 8,900-foot runway, so it seems just like it's too perfect. Plus, we make the left off of Echo or Delta, we're right here at the terminal where we want to be. So it just seems like this is the solid plan to go with, is the approach to runway 31, and then the left turn off the runway to head home. We do have a single approach to runway 31. The only approach we have available 31 is an RNAV GPS. We don't have the ability to do back at Halifax. We had an RNAV GPS and an RNAV RNP. Our Garmin 430 does not have the capability to fly that RNAV RNP. It does not have the capability to fly that curved, what's called a radius to fixed leg. It's a curved, steady turning path from one point to another. Our GPS only has the ability to connect the dots, like you're in kindergarten, straight lines between each point. That's all this one can do. In matter of fact, it does not have the capability of providing vertical guidance in addition to the lateral guidance in terms of a glide path or a glide, virtual glide slope, if you will, a glide path. So all we're going to have in terms of vertical guidance is to fly the altitudes on the chart, while the device is simply providing lateral guidance connecting point to point to point here. So we've got IRPIS. We don't have an altitude published at IRPIS, but we can see up here that minimum safe altitude approaching the runway is 2,700 feet. So I figure what we do is 3,000 at IRPIS. And then after IRPIS, we can go to 2,100. And then after Levad, we keep 2,100 until Gosen. And then Gosen, we can descend toward the minimums toward the runway. Oh, yeah, just divert to Heathrow? Yeah, good plan. Got plenty of fuel for that, I'm sure. It's not that far. Another, what, 6 hours, 8 hours, 10 hours? Alright, so. Just a quick hop over the puddle. Yeah, in this aircraft that's going half the speed of every other aircraft that's doing across the pond. Anyway. So here's the thing. In this aircraft, you really want 5 miles for every 1,000 feet you have to descend. So if we're going to be at IRPIS at 3,000 and we're at 19, we're going from 19 to 3, we're going 16,000 to lose. I like to multiply that by 5, and we want to start that descent about 80 miles out. All right. Then they say add another 10 so that you can level off and lose speed. But we've got time to level off and lose speed on this approach from IRPIS to Levad to Gosen. We've got that time to level off and get slowed down. But we're going to want 80 miles to descend. We're 91 miles from the VOR right there at the airport, so I think we're probably at the point where we want to descend. Let's go ahead and let's just say we've been cleared to go direct to IRPIS. Well, first of all, heck man, we got a program. Yeah, let's select the approach. We want the RNAV to 3-1. Enter. We want that from IRPIS. Enter. Load. And then we want to push for cursor. We want to come down to IRPIS. And then we want to go direct there. Enter and activate. So get out of our flight plan, and we are 92 miles from IRPIS. So when we get 80 miles from IRPIS, that is when we are going to want to descend. Let's go ahead and get our seatbelt signs on. Let's give our weather update to our cabin, and then we'll get ready to descend. So what do we got? We got light winds Overcast skies, light snow, reduced visibility, temp -6 in terms of Fahrenheit is 32. It's about 20 degrees Fahrenheit. Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We have turned on the fasten seatbelt signs, and we have asked that you return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts as we are getting ready to start our descent into Gander Airport momentarily. Weather there is currently showing light winds, overcast skies, light snow, and about 20 degrees Fahrenheit. We are going to start the descent here momentarily. The cabin crew is going to come around one final time to collect trash and take care of any last-minute needs, and we do expect to be on the ground in just about 35 or so minutes. We thank you all again for flying with us on Northeastern Airlines. Alright, so there's that. We're coming up on 80, 85. Yeah, we're close enough here. The initial stage descent, and in this aircraft you're not really supposed to reduce power for the initial stage descent. I do that anyway, and then I adjust the cowl flaps to keep the temperature up. If you yank power down in this aircraft and the engines start cooling off, you can crack these pistons. These are massively powerful engines, but they're also massively fragile. So we're going to watch that, but I am going to go ahead and do a power reduction as I normally do. Otherwise, you just pick up too much speed. The design is, yeah, just go ahead and pick up speed, man. That's fine. But on VATSIM with other traffic, all of a sudden you're starting a descent and you're picking up massive amounts of airspeed. It just looks funny for the controllers if they're not used to that. You know, try to remember what other traffic is around and try not to surprise anybody. Alright, so 26 and 21. Get the power down to about 100 BMEP across the board. And then let's just lower the nose until we're descending about 1,000 feet per minute. Ace Pilot, do you think we'll get across the pond east next year or west? I don't really know, man. That event has just it's caused so much frustration for air traffic controllers the last handful of times that I really think they're going to want to see some massive changes to it to make controllers want to control for it. I mean, it's just such a Charlie Foxtrot anymore, with the massive number of pilots flying it, and especially still, there's a massive number of people without slots that still try to fly it even though they don't have slots. And the controllers just get so frustrated, they're like, I don't even know why we're dealing with this. It's not fun. Fun for pilots, maybe, but not fun for controllers. So it's just, it's just gotten more and more out of hand. So they're going to have to come up with some sort of means to mitigate the stress that it causes. And of course everyone says, oh, well then just do it twice. Do some Friday and some Saturday and some Sunday, and that way more pilots will get a chance to participate, but not all at once. But then, like, okay, yeah, you're really going to staff up that whole thing 2 days in a row, 3 days in a row? People are already hesitant to give a whole day up. Now you want them to give a whole weekend up? You know? So there's no easy solutions to it. It's been kicked around for a good while. There are no easy solutions to it. Until somebody comes up with really a revolutionary idea, I don't see it coming back anytime soon. We shall see. Maybe they'll prove me wrong. I would love to see it come back, if it can come back in a way that the controllers can enjoy doing it. Coming down through 16, one thing I need to go ahead and do now, 2972, right? Because we pretty much went from standard altimeter to local altimeter just as we started that descent. Says, I miss it, says Ace, but I also did not have as much fun as I used to. Yeah. In the mid-teens, right? In the mid-teens, it was a great event. Mid to late teens. We need to keep the power back. Oh, that's before these engines get too cool. I've got these extra notches of extra closed, which just chop off the airflow to these things completely. Hopefully that'll help keep the temperatures up to 200. If you, again, and I don't think I've got the realistic engine damage even simulated, because it's really, really easy to screw these up. You know, in the PMDG channel's tutorials about how to manage these engines, Robert Rendazzo says, like, hey, look, even in the real world, I absolutely screwed up my DC-3's engines one day by just, you know, and he's a modern jetliner pilot. So he's just used to being able to just pull the thing back in the idle and then go into a descent. And it's like, I did that in my DC-3 one day, and the engine almost seized up, and it started shearing pieces of metal filings everywhere because the temperature change. It's what they call shock cooling in those engines. The temperature change just happens so rapidly that the pistons just start eating themselves, and so you really just have to be careful about that. And he carries around, and he says it's in the tutorial for the DC-6. He carries around in his wallet a little plastic baggie of metal filings to remind himself of that situation. So here we're just going to keep the temperatures. Again, really shouldn't do a power reduction at all for a descent, first stage descent in this aircraft. But I'm going to do it with some temperature management to keep those up at 200. And again, you can still see that the airspeed is picking up. $54 miles to Irpus, so at 50 miles we would be able to lose 10,000. So we should be just about to pass 13,000 if we're on profile. Oh, we're below 13,000. We're doing good. I'm going to shallow the descent out just a little bit then. Slow the forward airspeed down. Soaring Eagle says, I'm looking forward to doing VATSIM events eventually, still learning how to refly after being absent from the flight sim for 20 plus years. Well, not only do you have to learn how to refly, but the procedures, the SIDS and STARS, have gotten way more complex in that intervening time. So not only do you have to relearn what you knew then, but you've got to learn everything that happened since then. Oh, I know, he says. Yeah, all right, preaching to the choir. Good, good, good. Well, good that you want to be prepared. Good that you want to be prepared for sure. Minimum's 900. My VATSIM account was created in 2001, says Soaring Eagle. Wow, you got me beat by about 9 years. I mean, you literally came over right after SATCO. Alright, so I do need to switch from high blowers to low blowers here. I think we'll just switch them all. On the descent, it's not as critical. When you're going from low to high, you really just have to be careful that you don't run them. You know, you just suddenly don't suddenly just blow an engine by just running it at, you know, over max power. But when you're switching from high to low, not as in danger of that. We were starting to, you could barely hear, but we were starting to get the low throttle warnings because I had the throttles pulled back so hard. But now in the lower blowers with the levers a little bit further forward, we're okay. It's with the throttles pulled back and the gear still up, it yells at you. See where we are on profile here. We've got 40 miles to go, so that means what's that? 8,000 to go. 8 times 5 is 40. Yeah, 8,000 to go. So we should be at 11 now, and we're at 10. Okay, so we're 1,000 feet lower than we need to be in terms of the profile we want. So again, I'm going to shallow the descent slightly, and that'll help us keep the speed under control. Coming through the soup here. Gotta hope we break out from this thing by 900. Alright, let's keep the BMEPs down to 90. I'm going to go ahead and get the landing lights out and lit. And close. I mean, we're still a little ways out from the airport. 32 miles. So once it gets down to 30, what's that, 6,000? And we need to be at 3,000 when we're there. So 9,000 by 30 is what we want to be. And we're close enough. I mean, 30 miles from the airport. Yeah, we'll go ahead and just start transmitting on Common Traffic Advisory frequency. Or whatever they call it. Mandatory required RF, or I forget what they call it in Canada. It's called something different, but it's the same thing. It's basically the frequency at the airport that you're supposed to let everybody know what you're doing on. So 6,000 to lose if we're on profile. So we should have been at 9,000 just then, and we're at 84. So we're still slightly ahead of the game. I'm going to still slightly shallow the approach up. Is there a better light for the bottom half of this pedestal? I don't know. Lost connection with the voice server there. Okay, and it has reconnected. I'm sorry, I was about to mess with that just to see what I could do. That didn't help us. Upper switch panels. Okay, that helps us see that panel a little bit better. We'll leave that on. Alright, 25 miles to go. We at 8,000? Yeah, that's working out. Working out like it should. We got another raid coming in. Man, it's been a night of raids. And again, I guess it's because we're staying on a little later. We're the flight sim streamer within our circle that is outlasting everyone tonight. Just we're doing a couple of longer flights than we normally do, but I am just about to set it down. We're making our way up to Gander, and we are just about to join the approach here. So when we get to 7,000, that's 4,000 to go, so that should be 20 miles to go. And yeah, we're looking at like we're right on schedule there. Steepen the descent just a little bit. Let's keep the power back down to about 90. As a matter of fact, I'm going to have... well, Stu, thank you so much for the raid, and everybody coming over from Stu's channel. Good to see you here. We're flying the DC-6, and we're getting ready to land in Gander. A little bit of a Moncton Monday extended adventure. 20 miles. And we're just passing 7. Perfect. Okay, well, let's shallow the descent out. Keep that pace going. I'm going to go ahead and start bringing the power down even. Then let's go to auto rich. Spin the props up to about 25. And then let's keep that power rocking right there at about 80. And that'll help us start to slow down. And that 80 BMEP across the board at 2,500 RPMs, that's pretty much where we're going to keep it the rest of the way in if all goes well. Now, as we descend, we're going to have to continue to kind of adjust to that. But that is where we intend to keep it. And again, in these big radials, you don't want to go yanking power up and down, up and down, up and down. That's not good for them. As a matter of fact, we can crank the cow flaps back one notch here just to prevent them from getting too hot. We're going to keep them right at that 200. You don't want that temperature to vary. You want to get them to 200. You want to keep them at 200. 3,000 to go, so that should be 15 miles to go. Yeah, we're just a couple of 100 feet high, so I'm going to just crank that down just a tiny little bit. And we're going to keep that power down to 80 across the board. Levad and Goshen, so that's an 11-mile final. So we're going to call ourselves joining an 11-mile left base. Gander traffic, northeast 514 to DC-6, 13 miles from joining an 11-mile left base to runway 31 Gander. Alright, 80 across the board. $2,000 to go at 10 miles. Yeah, we're doing okay. We're doing okay. And it looks like we're through the cloud bases. I am starting to see ground visibility. Oh, I'm starting to see windshield icing too. So here we go again with that. And it would kind of suck if I couldn't tell that the windshield was ice because it was dark. Until we got to our runway and couldn't see it. But anyway, we got that on now. It's this overhead one that I have turned up. Yeah, I think I got that too bright. Alright, let's keep the the power at 80 across the board. Coming up on 4,000. Is that 5 miles ago? 7 miles ago. So we're down early, and that means we need to shallow this descent. The reason it's getting critical that we shallow the descent is because we need to start getting this speed off. So we need to go into a super shallow descent. Power 80 all the way across. Five miles, and we're 1,000 to go, so that's fine. That's fine. We're going to keep a little extra altitude in exchange for letting that speed get under control. We'll burn some altitude in the turns too. We'll be okay with the altitude. Right now, the speed's the critical thing. I need to start getting this drag deployed. 174. Mr. Perch, altitude 2,700. 174 is where we can start pulling that those flaps out. 60, 65, 70, 75, 80, 99, 100. Yeah, so we're gonna come down. Gonna cut down another 6 or 7 knots here. So shallow the descent just a touch. Make sure we're right down at 80. Purpose. We're on an 11-mile left base. All right, there's 174. We can go ahead and get the first notch of flaps in. That's going to help us immensely. All right, after Irpus, we can come down to 2,100. Okay, 165, second notch of flaps. I'm going to shallow the descent again. We've got 6 miles. After we make the turn, after Levad to Gosson, we've still got 6 miles to get down to that 2,100. So right now, speed management is more critical than altitude management. 155, I can go to that third notch of flaps. Okay, there's 155. Once I get under the white arc, I can do as much flaps as I need. We're going to be fine. Gander traffic, northeast 514 to DC-6. We are 11-mile final, runway 31, full stop, Gander. I just see a little something out the window there. Not 100% certain it's what we're lined up for. Velocity Too Cold is with us. Velocity Too Cold, thank you very kindly for the follow. Appreciate that. Alright, let's make sure the power is down to 80 across the board. We're not going to touch the power anymore. 130 and 100 are our speeds. Right there on the cusp of that arc. I'm going to get the gear down. That's going to help us. Once we get below the white arc, we'll go ahead and get the next notch of flaps in. Alright, 2 miles from 2.8. No, 2 miles from Gosson. We got to lose some altitude. Where's the clutch lever? I can't find it. Alright, there's our runway. Coming up on Gosson, we should be at 2100. We're 2800, so we're a little high. But we're okay. We got gear out, we got flaps out. You guys can start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. No bot command necessary for that, just a number, positive or negative. We know that it means a descent rate either way. And the closest predictor gets an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle. And we are left to center. Still high, still fast. Okay. Vertical profile's looking good. Speed's still fast. We want to get down to 100. We got all the drag out. Minimum's 900. We got the runway in sight. We're fine in that regard. Okay, alignment's looking better now. Speed's starting to bleed off. Altitude's looking okay. I don't want the speed to bleed off too much, so I'm going to pull flaps back in. Last call for the predictions, guys. Last call. Fighting this crosswind, man. Thought it was supposed to be right down the center line. What happened to that? So we wound up way left of center line, but otherwise did okay here. Cancel the reversers, and we can make this turn off here. Go ahead and stow the flaps. Gander traffic. Northeast 514. DC-6 clear runway 31 Gander. We made it, friends. We made it. Not going to worry about the other cleanup items just yet. We're pretty much at the terminal. I'll get the cleanup items done when we get parked. They get the flaps stowed. If I turn the landing lights off, I'm not going to be able to see anything. I don't know if we've got a gate position or not. That's a service road there, but it's alright, we'll just pull straight in here. Obviously, a real airport would have lights and stuff. Alright, parking brake is on, flaps stowed. Let's see, strobes we got off. Nav lights, steady lights we got on. We can go ahead and get the landing lights off and retract. Now, see how I only had forward visibility because I had the landing lights left on, so I did that on purpose. We can open up the cow flaps. We can shut off the pitot heat. Flaps, lights, landing lights, cow flaps, pitot heat. Yep, I got everything. Alright, throttle's coming down. Let's get the mixes to cut off. Get the fuel selectors off. Hey, I said we'd be down in 35 minutes, and I meant it. I think I gave that announcement right at midnight. Alright, so fuel selectors off, and let's get the mags and generators off as well. Alright, wheel well lights can come on. Seatbelt signs can come off. Beacon light can come off, that's over there. Get the engine instruments, bus off, and the inverters off. Down the bottom, let's get our transponder code reset. 2000's fine. And shut that off. DME can come off. ADF can come off. Garmin can come off. COM2 Nav2 stack can come off. Control lock can come on. I think we did get this flap stowed. Yeah, we did. We will jump over here. We'll get the ground power unit connected, wheel tracks connected, and let's just start opening everything up here. While we're waiting for those, we can jump up top. We can switch over to ground power. All right, and then let's connect stairs and stairs. All right, let's take a peek at my predictions first, and then we'll take a peek at your predictions. My predictions have to do with the flight timing and fuel estimates. So let's see. Whoops. Hold on, where'd that go? You come back here. Alright, I had said we would be down at 49 after. Well, we're 13 minutes early, so we'll take that. Probably because we were just able to come straight in. We saved ourselves a little bit of time. Plus, we had the tailwind. We were noticing our ground speed was 265, 270 on a true airspeed of 240. So we had a little push from behind on that one. So that's good. That saved us a little bit of time. And let's see if it saved us some fuel as well. I mean, we were really close on that first leg there. We were within 300, almost 400 pounds of variance there. Let's see. I bet you we probably have an extra 1,000 pounds because we were so much more time efficient because of that tailwind. I bet you we're 1,000 pounds over. So my prediction was 47.25. Let's see if it's close to 55 to 5,600 here. Well, not as much as I thought, but still. So 52.59. So 534 pounds. 300 pounds over there, 500 pounds over there. And that is cumulative, so that was, you know, another 200 pounds on top of where we were 300 pounds early. 300 pounds over on that first one. All right, so that's my predictions. They worked out pretty well, timing-wise and fuel-wise. Let's see how your predictions worked out. The touchdown on this one was, indeed, a little bit gentler. Soaring Eagle Gaming, did yours come in before the touchdown? If it did, you're our winner today. 121, and you came in with a 125. So if you were in prior to the touchdown, and I will take your word for that, prior to the touchdown, then yeah, you're the winner for this for landing raffle. You got an entry. Iowa Scotsman confirms. Well, I trusted him. He seemed like a pretty... Everyone says he was. Okay, fine. We're all in agreement. It was illegal. He's new to the stream. I'm just making sure he knows the rules. Anyway, no, very good. So he's got an entry into our monthly landing rate raffle. So Soaring Eagle, the way that works, and I know you're new, the way that works is on January 1st, we're going to make our next drawing for the landing rate raffle. Everybody that's got an entry in is going to be eligible for that one. And if your name happens to come out, you don't have to be here, by the way. If your name comes out and you're not here on the stream that day, I will contact you via Twitch Whispers, or if you're on our Discord, by that point, I'll contact you that way. One way or the other. But if your name comes out of the fishbowl on January 1st, it's your choice of any item off of the Slant Alpha prize vault. Any one item here, choose it, and if you choose one of our... choose one of our branded merch items. I will ship that to you anywhere in the world at my expense. If you choose the electronic gift card, Amazon, or xplane.org store, or simmarket.com, those are your choices there. Obviously, I'll just get that to you electronically. But if your name comes out of the fishbowl on January 1st, that's what you win. By the way, I'm gonna pull two names. We've changed from a bi-monthly raffle to a monthly raffle, because I started streaming more often, but we didn't do a drawing at the end of November. So I've got a bunch. I've got a bunch of entries here. In order to be fair, we're going to go ahead and choose two on January 1st, and then we're going to do it toward the end of each month thereafter to get it kind of back on schedule. Let me get this written in before I forget. Soaring Eagle Gaming. And where are we? And it doesn't really matter. As long as I get the name right, that's all that matters, right? But just for the funsies of it, I always write down where it was earned. CYQX on 12/20, 22 is the stream of the 22nd. It's now the 23rd U.S. Eastern Time. Aviator says, I hear that you're leading a big prop push out of Anchorage at the end of January, January the 31st. Aviator, information on that is on our Discord as well if you want to join our Discord if you're not already on it. I think you might be. But join that. It's we call it our Vintage Cross the Something, because the something changes every time we do it. But on January 31st, it's going to be across the Inside Passage. We're going from Anchorage down to Seattle. In our vintage prop liners or anything that's similar speed. So you can definitely check out the information on our Discord and get in on that. So anybody here that's a big DC-6 fan, yeah. I'm going to try and be on ground for that. Oh, awesome. All right, cool. All right, but anyway, so January 1st, that's the drawing that we do. We'll reset all the entries after that, and we'll do a similar drawing toward the end of each month on the stream. And, of course, we also have our Slant Artwork Adventure. The Slant Artwork Adventure is closed for today. However, Slant Artwork Adventures is where we feed a description into ChatGPT to have it create an image that just represents what we're doing that day. It ends up being the YouTube thumbnail for the stream when I upload it to YouTube. We share it on social media as well. So we start with a one-sentence description in terms of what we're doing on the stream that day, and then what you guys do then, and don't do it now because it's closed for today, but what you'll do next time you sit in on a stream is, if you want to make some sort of an addition or modification to the description we toss into ChatGPT, you can redeem 500 Twitch channel points, aka Alphabets points, and then when I call your name, you can tell me what you would like to add to or modify in that image description. So, and we start simple. We start with one sentence, and then every time you guys cash in those points, we add something to it. So we started with a DC-6 on the ramp at Halifax. We added a snowy day, nice cold Canadian winter day. We then added that the captain and first officer were Canadian geese. We then added that the Halifax airport had been taken over and rebranded as a Tim Hortons. We then added a massive pile of Timbits flowing out of the cabin of the aircraft. We said then that an impromptu curling match would have broken out on the ramp. We then added to that an impromptu pickup hockey game would have also been occurring on the ramp, and then finally we had some Quebecers selling poutine around the ramp as well. So that's our image. That's our Slant Artwork Adventure for today. I'll post the final one up on the Facebook and the X page. This will also be the thumbnail for our YouTube upload of the stream later on, and then I'll post the entire series over on our Discord channel if you want to check that out. Give me until tomorrow. It's obviously we've run a little late tonight. It's almost 1 a.m. Eastern time, so give me until tomorrow to get all that done. But I will get all of that taken care of for you. All right. What else, guys? Well, I guess we're gonna need to find somebody to raid, which is gonna be impossible because everyone has raided me. I don't even know who's still up and running. We got a couple options maybe here. Yeah, we got a couple options. Oh, that one's already been up for 4 hours. Yeah, okay, I see. Alright, I see where we're gonna go. Thanks for joining us. Everybody that's new to the channel, hope that you'll stop back and see us. Our normal show schedule Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, which is midnight Zulu on the day ahead here during the winter months. And you can check out the full show schedule underneath the About tab that goes out until about the middle of January, and then we've got all the way through January published on our schedule on our Discord server. So again, yet another reason to pop in on that Discord. You can see specifically what days we're going to be on, because we do have to change it up every now and then, work and personal obligations and such, especially during the holidays. But you can definitely see on the published schedule under the About tab or over on our Discord what days we're going to be on, and then again what we're going to be up to, because we do a mix of stuff on this channel. We do vintage flying, we do general aviation single engine piston, we do vintage airliners, we do modern airliners, and then we even do some VATSIM air traffic control on the channel as well. So yeah, if you want to see what we're going to be up to, that's the way to do that. All right. Couple more things to go ahead and officially close up the aircraft. So just give me 10 seconds to do those. Let's go ahead and close up the cowl flaps. Let's get the wheel well lights off. Let's get the entrance lights off. Let's get the no smoking lights off. Let's get the nav lights off. Let's get the power source back to the battery and the power off. And then down here we will go to the ramp manager. And yeah, all the stairs have been kind of shut down, so we'll exit, we'll close up the stairs, we can disconnect ground power, we'll leave the wheel chocks right where they are. And that indeed is where we will leave things. Beautiful, beautiful image. I love default airports. Oh my goodness. Love default airports. So I guess I could have gotten slightly closer. Could have gotten slightly closer to the airport. I'll tell you what, just to have a nice image to go out on, let's just back the time up a little bit. There we go. There we go. Alright, very good, friend. Well, let's get this raid underway. And thanks a lot for joining us once again on our Slant Alpha Adventures channel. And hope that we will see a few of you in the Discord. We'll, of course, catch up tomorrow with posting the images and such. Appreciate your patience on that as we ran a little bit long tonight. Hope that you enjoyed riding along with us on our DC-6 from Boston to Halifax and then Halifax to Gander. Next on the show is Wednesday. We are going to be going back into that Fly Somewhere Lear 35, a day in the life of a corporate charter pilot. We're going to do an excursion up into the North Carolina mountains, and of course that's especially poignant after an aviation incident that just happened earlier this week. So we're going to be extra careful with that. We're going to be based in Cobb County, right outside of Atlanta. We're going to pick up a group in Dublin, Georgia, run them up for a Christmas hunting trip in the Carolina mountains up to Western Carolina Regional. Then we'll take the plane back to Cobb County to end the evening. And that'll be on Wednesday, Christmas Eve. So we'll see you then, 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time on Christmas Eve. Hope that we'll see you then. We're going to send the raid over to Fliggity, so please tell Fliggity Slant Alpha sends his love, and then we'll see you on Wednesday. But between now and then, guys, be happy, healthy, and safe in all of your adventures. We'll talk to you on Christmas Eve. Good night, friends.